Hey there, it's time to settle in for the night. Tonight, we're going to ease into a world of ancient wonder with 5 enchanting tales from Greek mythology. Dim the lights, pull up a warm blanket, maybe put a fan on for that soft background hum. Let's get cozy. As you snuggle in, imagine yourself transported to a realm where mighty gods and goddesses roamed free. We'll meet the likes of Zeus, king of the skies, and Poseidon, ruler of the oceans. The mischievous Hermes will play tricks on us, while Hades' dark domain beckons with mystery. We'll explore the Titanomachy, a battle that shaped the very fabric of Greek mythology. Our journey will take us through the stories of Orpheus and Eurydice's tragic love song, and we might even catch a glimpse of the magical siren's enchanting melodies. So take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin our adventure into the world of Greek mythology together. You wake up to the gentle rustle of olive leaves outside your window pane, their delicate dance in the morning breeze, a soothing serenade to greet the new day. The sky above Olympus, the realm of the gods and goddesses, has transformed into a kaleidoscope of pinks, oranges, and purples, as if the heavens themselves were being painted by an unseen hand. As you stretch your arms above your head, feeling the soft give of your mattress, you yawn widely, releasing a gentle that echoes through the halls. Your stomach growls in anticipation, reminding you it's time for breakfast, or rather, ambrosia, the divine food that sustains the gods and goddesses throughout eternity. You rise from bed, donning a simple white tunic made of linen, its texture soft against your skin as you move to begin your morning routine. The air in your chambers is filled with the scent of fresh rose petals, left on your pillow by Eos, the dawn goddess herself. You brush away a few wisps of hair that have escaped from your sleeping coiffure, smoothing them back into place. Your stomach leads you to the dining hall, where Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, is already busy preparing breakfast for his fellow Olympians. The aroma of ambrosia wafts through the air, enticing and tantalizing as it teases your taste buds. You take a seat at the long table, running your hand over its intricately carved surface, a masterpiece crafted by Hephaestus himself. The other gods and goddesses begin to arrive, each one more resplendent than the last in their morning attire. Athena, the wise warrior goddess, enters with her customary poise, her owl perched regally upon her shoulder as she surveys the tables spread. Meanwhile, Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, bursts into the hall, laughing boisterously as he flails his arms about like a bird taking flight. You join in their banter, exchanging good-natured jokes with Apollo, the radiant sun god, who's seated on your right. The sound of clinking dishes and amiable chatter fills the air as you all enjoy the simple pleasures of ambrosia. Golden bread served warm from the oven, honey drizzled over its surface like liquid sunlight. As you eat, you take note of the various textures and flavors that make up this divine repast. The crunch of fresh almonds provides a satisfying contrast to the softness of the golden bread. The tangy sweetness of ambrosia itself lingers on your palate, teasing out a hint of citrus from some distant corner of Olympus. At one point during breakfast, you catch yourself staring at the majestic form of Poseidon, who sits opposite you with his sea-salted tunic flowing like waves around him. His rugged features seem chiseled by the very forces he commands, earthquakes and tidal waves that shape the world's landscapes anew each day. You recall the legend of how he once fashioned a golden chariot to traverse the seas at incredible speeds, leaving behind a trail of foam-kissed waters in his wake. Your gaze drifts from Poseidon back to your own plate, where you notice an errant crumb clinging tenaciously to its edge. With a gentle smile, you carefully dislodge it with your finger and flick it away onto the tabletop, an action that's almost instinctual for one who has lived among gods for eons. Breakfast draws to a close as Hephaestus serves a new dish, steaming hot porridge made from crushed barley grains. The pungency of this breakfast staple hits you like a warm hug, filling your senses with memories of summers past spent tending the fields alongside Ares and Athena. Together, they would till the earth under blazing suns that seemed to stretch on forever. During these idyllic interludes, conversations turn from grandiose exploits, battles fought against monstrous foes or titanic earthquakes that reshaped Olympus' craggy peaks, back down to mundane concerns about daily life in heaven's halls. How's one's latest garment fitting? Did anyone have an interesting dream during the night? Athena begins discussing her strategy for a new project. The design of an ornate shield adorned with scenes from ancient battles, emblazoned upon its surface so that it becomes almost alive and pulsing with battle fury. Apollo leans in to share his musical compositions inspired by the songs of the muses themselves, ethereal melodies woven together like silken threads. Meanwhile, you become distracted by a particularly fascinating fly buzzing around your earlobe, momentarily pausing your own conversation as you watch it disappear into thin air through an open window left slightly ajar. You smile wryly at yourself for getting so caught up in the momentary drama of this low-stakes battle, just another day on Olympus. And yet, even within these light-hearted exchanges and carefree moments spent lounging over ambrosia, undercurrents hint at deeper realities beyond your mortal sphere. There's a world out there waiting to be explored. Its mysteries are intertwined with those of the Titan gods themselves, beings who walked among mortals eons ago as giants in all but stature. You remember stories told around the campfire by elder Olympians, tales that evoke memories long buried when Titans once roamed free and unchallenged on Earth. Ancient forces had shaped their reign, earthquakes born from earthquakes, mountains rising like towering monoliths to serve as colossal thrones for mighty lords of creation. Their world was one of grandeur, but also great turmoil. Strife between brothers Cronus and Atlas gave birth to the Olympian gods themselves, who eventually overthrew them in a struggle spanning centuries. Eons passed since that era. Now it's your turn among this divine pantheon, navigating its delicate balance within Olympus. These recollections bring you back full circle, from the gentle rustle of olive leaves outside your window pane to the sounds and scents of ambrosia-filled breakfasts shared with fellow gods in heaven. As you return to reality, savoring each morsel of that first divine meal, time flows by unseen, hours ticking away like grains of sand between fingers held in a cupped palm. It's only when Hephaestus rises from his chair and begins clearing the table that your reverie shatters. You're jolted into awareness. Breakfast has come to an end. The morning sun now casts long shadows across Olympus' gleaming surfaces, illuminating all manner of tiny details, crumpled up napkins scattered about like discarded petals from some celestial flower. Your thoughts settle as the hum of conversation gradually fades away. Your ears adjust to a quieter reality. One by one, gods and goddesses rise from their seats, exchanging quiet words in passing before disappearing into various morning pursuits. Ares striding off towards his forge, where he'll fashion new battle axes for an upcoming campaign against the giants. As Ares disappears into his forge, a faint clang of metal on stone echoes through the halls of Olympus, mingling with the soft murmur of conversation and the gentle rustle of togas being adjusted for the day ahead. The air is alive with the scent of fresh bread wafting from the kitchens, where Hephaestus's assistants are busy preparing the morning offerings to Zeus. You find yourself standing at the edge of a grand courtyard, surrounded by towering marble pillars that seem to stretch up to the sky like sentinels guarding the gates of paradise. The sun casts long shadows across the stone floor, illuminating the intricate patterns of gods and goddesses in various states of repose or activity. To your left, Athena is engaged in a heated discussion with Poseidon about something, perhaps the optimal allocation of marine resources. Or maybe it's simply their long-standing debate over whose turn it was to use the sacred bathtub last week. As you take in the scene before you, your gaze falls upon a small group gathered near the central fountain. They seem to be deliberating on some pressing issue, their faces creased with concern and their hands gesturing emphatically as they speak. You notice that Aphrodite has somehow managed to snag a spot at the center of this discussion, her golden hair shining like a beacon in the morning light. As you observe this assembly, you can't help but wonder what exactly is transpiring here. Is it perhaps another iteration of their ongoing debate about who gets to reserve the best seats for the upcoming harvest festival? Or maybe they're simply trying to decide on the most suitable color scheme for Aphrodite's new chariot, a pressing concern that seems to have taken precedence over, say, saving humanity from certain doom. Your attention is drawn back to Hephaestus, who has emerged from his kitchen domain with a steaming tray of bread and a basket of fresh fruit. He begins distributing these offerings among the assembled gods and goddesses, pausing for an occasional smile or nod as he hands out each item. You notice that Artemis seems particularly pleased by her selection, a succulent apple perfectly ripe for snacking on while she's off to patrol the forest. As Hephaestus continues his rounds, you can't help but appreciate the small moments of kindness and consideration that punctuate the lives of these gods. It's almost as if they're trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy amidst their otherwise divine routines, like humans might strive for a spot of tea on a busy morning. As Hephaestus disappears into the kitchen once more, you take in your surroundings anew. The sounds and scents have shifted slightly. Now there's the distant clatter of Hermes racing past with his trusty winged sandals, as well as the faint tang of incense wafting from Athena's nearby temple. You find yourself drawn towards a small alcove nestled between two of the courtyard pillars, an unassuming spot that might easily be overlooked in favor of more prominent areas. However, upon closer inspection, you notice a cluster of carefully arranged scrolls and parchments leaning against one side of this niche, with what appears to be some sort of makeshift desk or table at its center. As you lean in for a better look, you realize that Demeter, goddess of agriculture and patron deity of the household, is seated here, surrounded by stacks of papers and quills. Her brow furrows in concentration as she ponders over an intricately drawn diagram on one scroll, occasionally pausing to consult another document or jot down some hastily scribbled notes. You find yourself intrigued by Demeter's task. Whatever project has brought her to this quiet corner seems fraught with complexity. Perhaps it involves reorganizing the distribution of grain shipments. Or maybe she's simply trying to devise a schedule for allocating public toilets in Olympus. Yes, you catch your breath at that precise moment as Demeter scribbles down something in hasty pencil marks on one parchment. Public toilets in Olympus. This is what passes for excitement among the gods. It seems not battles fought or prophecies fulfilled, but rather a mundane scheduling conundrum that threatens to upend their entire day. You can almost hear Demeter's inner monologue, but if we allocate those toilets near the east fountain, won't that create congestion around the morning prayers? Not to mention disrupting the sacred ablutions of Poseidon. Your gaze drifts towards nearby Athena, still engaged in her earlier conversation with Poseidon, their animated discussion now centered on the finer points of toilet placement. It appears they're about to arrive at a consensus. Poseidon proposes shifting the toilets by precisely 37.3 degrees eastward from their current position. Athena counters that this will inevitably lead to water damage, necessitating costly repairs and potential disruptions during upcoming festivals. Meanwhile, as you continue to observe Demeter's handiwork, her brow furrows in growing concern over some aspect of toilet placement. Perhaps it involves a delicate balance between divine convenience and the logistics of celestial architecture. Her eyes narrow slightly as she consults another parchment, fingers steepled together in contemplation. As the morning wears on, you grow accustomed to this scene unfolding before you. You find yourself drawn into Demeter's world, imagining her waking moments, perhaps an early stroll through Olympus gardens, admiring the carefully tended flowers and herbs, followed by a quick breakfast with Hephaestus or Poseidon over shared stories of their latest projects. You become lost in these small pleasures as they seep into your consciousness like morning dew on marble pillars. Whispers among friends about whose turn it is to clean the sacred fountain, murmurs about which Olympian deity will be responsible for hosting this week's reception, an event that promises to bring together a dizzying array of guests from across the cosmos. Oh, and Demeter. She remains resolute in her pursuit of toilet scheduling perfection, calculating distances between pillars and plotting optimal routes through Olympus' narrow alleys. Her brow furrows ever deeper as she grapples with the very real conundrum that is scheduling public toilets on Mount Olympus. How does this chapter unfold next? You are walking through the bustling streets of ancient Olympus, surrounded by the gentle chatter and clinking of pottery from the nearby market stalls. The sun was high overhead, casting a warm glow over the terracotta rooftops as you made your way to the grand temple dedicated to Athena, goddess of wisdom. Your stomach growled with anticipation, having skipped breakfast in favor of an early morning prayer session. As you approached the temple gates, the sweet scent of fresh olives and honey wafted out from within, mingling with the earthy smell of sacred stones. You had been tasked by your mother to bring a special offering, a batch of handmade soap infused with the essence of lavender, said to have calming properties on even the most troubled of minds. Upon entering the temple, you were greeted by the stern but kind-eyed priestess who oversaw Athena's daily rituals. She nodded in approval as you presented her with the soaps, which she promptly unwrapped and examined with a discerning eye. Ah, my child, she said, these look almost worthy of the gods themselves. You beamed proudly at this praise. As you stood there chatting with the priestess, your attention was drawn to the nearby altar where several members of Athena's sacred sisterhood were gathered around a large wooden tub filled with steaming water. They were busy preparing for the daily ablution ritual, an essential practice that allowed them to wash away not only their physical impurities, but also the accumulated energies from the previous day. You watched in fascination as they carefully poured various herbs and oils into the bubbling waters, releasing fragrances of lemon verbena and rose petals. The air was filled with a heady aroma, transporting you momentarily back to your own home's herb garden, where your mother lovingly tended her prized chamomile plants. One of Athena's priestesses caught sight of you observing from afar. She beckoned for you to join them, offering an inviting smile as she handed you a small wooden cup filled with warm water and herbs. Come, she said gently, help us purify the sacred temple and perhaps yourself in the process. You accepted her offer, carefully pouring some of the fragrant liquid over your hands while trying not to spill it on the intricately carved stones beneath. As you worked alongside them, scrubbing off stubborn stains and rinsing away lingering fatigue, a soothing melody began to build within your mind, a soft hum that harmonized with the lapping water's gentle song. As they washed their faces, necks, and hands in turn, each sister offered an individual prayer or whispered promise of devotion. Their voices blended like whispers on the wind, an unassuming yet sacred litany woven into the fabric of everyday temple life. You noticed that even when speaking softly to one another, these women somehow managed to convey a sense of reverence without ever raising their voices. Their ritual came full circle as they dried each other with tender care and offered kind words in lieu of praise or criticism. The air was filled not only with the scent of cleanliness, but also an intangible atmosphere that spoke volumes about Athena's own values: compassion, selflessness, and harmony between body, mind, and spirit. After assisting them for a while longer, you took your leave to visit the nearby olive groves, a haven where Athena often roamed beneath her sacred trees. As you wandered through rows of stately trunks, leaves rustling softly above, an occasional breeze carried faint whispers on its breath, snippets from conversations long past or wisps of ancient prophecies. In this tranquil atmosphere, your thoughts drifted to the task that had brought you here in the first place, a practical consideration now taking precedence over any lingering fatigue. Your mind turned back to Athena's sacred wardrobe, which she kept locked away within her innermost sanctum, an imposing storage room filled with treasures of every hue. You remembered how during previous visits you'd been fascinated by Athena's elaborate garments, each one infused with specific attributes and imbued with the essence of select flowers. Some shimmered like moonlit dew-kissed leaves, others appeared as fiery sparks set against darkening skies at dusk. These enchanted robes weren't merely for show, but rather served practical purposes in their own right, reflecting Athena's profound understanding of balance between lightness and gravity. As you pondered how to keep these divine clothes smelling fresh, an issue that had puzzled your mother and the other temple attendants alike, a sudden realization dawned on you. Perhaps this was less about washing fabrics as it was maintaining harmony with nature itself. Just like Athena's priestesses kept their spirits cleansed through sacred ablutions, did not one need to harmonize garments with the world around them? Your gaze drifted back toward the temple where, in the distance, Sunlight began casting a warm glow across intricate stone carvings depicting the birth of Athena from Zeus' forehead. The mythological scene, an enduring testament to her divine origin, seemed now intertwined within your thoughts about clothes care. A faint breeze rustled nearby olive branches as you stood lost in contemplation. Your attention snapped back when a soft voice whispered beside you, "Psst." Young one, you seem troubled. It was the priestess from earlier, observing with kind eyes and an understanding smile. You explained to her your predicament about keeping Athena's sacred clothes fragrant, without succumbing to overwashing or using harsh chemicals. Her thoughtful expression deepened as she nodded toward a nearby tree heavy with dark green leaves that seemed almost velvety in texture. "My child," she said softly, "I think I can guide you on this matter." She led you beneath the shaded canopy of an ancient olive, one whose trunk was adorned with intricate carvings, each symbolizing Athena's own virtues, courage, wisdom, and compassion. Beneath its boughs lay a small wooden chest adorned with delicate silver filigree. "This," she explained gently, "holds secrets passed down through generations of our sisterhood. Secrets about how to maintain harmony within ourselves between body, spirit, and the world at large." With reverent care, she opened the creaky lid, revealing within a trove of dried flowers pressed flat like delicate petals. Among these treasures lay lavender buds from the region around Argus, rose petals imbued with sunlight during dawn's golden hour, chamomile blooms infused with moonlight, and whispers of ancient wisdom. Each flower had been carefully collected at specific times to capture its essence, a knowledge passed down through generations, an art form now almost lost in modern times. "These," she said softly, "hold the key to maintaining balance within your own world just as Athena's sacred garments do." She pointed out how each dried petal was meant not merely for washing clothes, but rather for awakening awareness of one's connection with nature. This subtle distinction marked a turning point, an acknowledgement that true freshness didn't come from overpowering scents or aggressive detergents, but instead through understanding the deeper harmony that existed between all living things. A gentle breeze rustled nearby olive branches as you pondered this new perspective on clothes care, one woven with threads of compassion, balance, and harmonization. As you stood amidst the olive grove, lost in thought about the intricacies of textile care and its connections to the divine realm, the warm sunlight began to peek over the horizon. The gentle breeze carried with it a faint hint of wild thyme and rosemary, a fragrance that seemed almost otherworldly yet somehow familiar, much like the gods themselves. You took a deep breath, feeling the morning dew on your skin, and gazed out at the landscape unfolding before you. In the distance, the majestic silhouette of Mount Olympus began to emerge from the misty veil that shrouded its peaks during dawn hours. The golden light danced across its snow-capped summits, casting long shadows across the valleys below. Your stomach growled in anticipation as you thought about the day's offerings, a simple breakfast spread on the family's modest hearthside table, olives, fresh bread, and perhaps some leftovers from last night's meal. The memory of your mother's cooking wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of roasting embers and wood smoke. As you made your way back to the village, the sound of bleating sheep echoed through the valley, accompanied by the occasional lowing of a cow in the nearby fields. You navigated the narrow pathways winding between the stone-built homes, their terracotta roofs glowing warmly as they absorbed the morning sunbeams. Your sandals made soft, crunching sounds on the dusty trail. You wore them because your feet were still damp from washing with cold water before dawn. The memory of that refreshing ritual lingered in your mind. A sense of calm washed over you, carried by the cool water's promise to cleanse and revitalize for another day. You walked past the public fountain, where villagers would gather later to share stories and gossip while drawing their daily supplies from its stone basin. For now, it stood quiet, with only a few wisps of steam rising like ethereal whispers into the morning air. A group of children were already at play nearby. They chased each other in circles around the ancient olive tree, laughing as they tried to reach its lowest branch. As you approached your home, the aroma of cooking wafted through the doorway, a mixture of rosemary and garlic infusing the scent of slow-cooked meat. Your stomach growled louder now. It seemed like an eternity since last night's meal had been devoured. You slipped off your sandals at the entrance, leaving them to rest beside the clay pitcher filled with yesterday's water. The morning light spilled through the doorway in warm pools and shadows as you entered the kitchen. The fire crackled softly on its hearthstone bed, embers still glowed from last night's cooking efforts. Your mother stood by the central table, a simple wooden board where breakfast would soon be laid out. She was arranging a few choice olives around a wedge of fresh bread. Kukla moo, she said gently as you approached, using an affectionate term that meant my little sweetheart in your native tongue. I made some extra flatbread for you to take on the road today. She handed you a warm loaf wrapped in a linen cloth. Its scent enveloped you like a gentle hug. You smiled and gave her a quick peck on the cheek, inhaling deeply as you did so. It was always this simple gesture that filled your senses with love. Evharisto, you replied softly, thanking her for the care and thoughtfulness shown in every detail of daily life, be it bread or words. As you prepared to leave, the sounds outside began to shift toward morning's full bloom. Birdsong swelled into a joyful cacophony. Merchants were calling out their daily wares from nearby market stalls. You took one last glance at your mother before heading back outdoors. She was watching over her children and weaving a simple thread of calm amidst the day's chaotic tapestry. With the flatbread wrapped safely in its cloth, you set off toward Mount Olympus once more. This time, though, it wasn't to offer sacrifices or seek guidance. Today, you were bound for a very different purpose, navigating the crowded roads leading up to the mountain where your father served as a humble but esteemed official. The thought of facing the throngs made you feel like an ant compared to the towering giants of human endeavor. Officials and merchants vying for space on these narrow paths that wound their way toward Olympus gates. But with each step forward, something within you shifted. It became apparent that life was less about grand gestures or divine interventions than small acts of kindness, a pinch of patience when faced with the mundane, and an appreciation for the beauty hidden in every passing detail. As the road began its ascent into the mountain's foothills, you noticed more travelers joining your path. Some wore their finest linens, adorned with intricate brocade patterns, a testament to their status as merchants or traders seeking audience with Olympus' esteemed rulers. Others walked alone, lost in thought. Perhaps they were petitioners or pilgrims bearing messages for the gods. The air thickened with tension and anticipation among these travelers. Everyone carried their personal burdens, each hoping to secure an audience with one of the Titan gods or goddesses who resided within Mount Olympus' hallowed halls. You navigated through this sea of hopeful faces, some displaying confidence, others radiating desperation. Yet all shared a common goal, seeking favor from those who govern both realms, mortal and divine. With each step upward, your mind began to wander toward the stories you'd heard about these gods. Their lives, loves, and disputes played out like epic plays on Mount Olympus' grand stage. You recalled tales of Zeus's fiery passion for Hera, Poseidon's mighty trident capable of controlling both sea and land, Athena's wisdom guiding warriors into battle. The memory of a specific story began to resurface from the depths of your mind, one about Hestia, goddess of the hearth, who had given up her claim to Olympian thrones in favor of serving humanity. You remembered how she watched over families like yours, offering solace and protection through her gentle touch. The thought of this benevolent deity walking among mortals as an unseen guardian brought a sense of peace. You felt your footsteps become lighter on the path ahead. It was then that you noticed another figure joining your procession, a young woman with eyes cast downward, her fingers wrapped tightly around the handle of a wicker basket slung over one shoulder. She seemed lost in thought and kept glancing at the flatbread still wrapped within its linen cloth by your side. An almost imperceptible smile danced on her lips as she noticed it. You felt drawn toward this stranger. Perhaps they were also headed to Mount Olympus for some purpose unknown, or maybe just walking alongside you out of a shared desire for solitude. Whatever their reason, the woman's presence now infused the journey with new significance. The crowded road didn't seem so daunting anymore, and your pace became more leisurely as you strolled beside her. As you continued to stroll with the mysterious woman, the warm sunlight danced across your skin, casting a gentle glow over the bustling streets of ancient Olympus. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, enticing you and making your stomach growl in anticipation. You couldn't help but notice how the woman's laughter echoed through the market, her voice carrying on the breeze like a melody. People passed by, exchanging nods or brief greetings as they went about their daily business. Some carried baskets overflowing with fresh produce, while others hurried to complete errands before the heat of the day became unbearable. You caught glimpses of the city's vibrant tapestry, merchants hawking wares, children playing in the shadows, and old men leaning against walls, watching the world go by. The woman led you through a maze of narrow alleys, pointing out hidden treasures along the way, a quaint bakery tucked between two larger shops, or a charming little park filled with flowers that seemed to bloom year-round. As you walked, she regaled you with stories about the gods and goddesses who lived in Olympus, sharing tales of their daily lives, their quirks, and their often absurd antics. For example, there was the time Zeus decided to try his hand at baking bread for the first time, much to the dismay of the mortal baker whose shop he occupied. Or when Athena insisted on reorganizing the entire city's directory system in one sleepless night, leaving everyone baffled and exhausted come morning. You chuckled at these stories, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this mysterious woman who seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of Olympus's inner workings. Your footsteps slowed as you entered a quieter section of town, where the buildings grew taller and the streets narrower. You passed beneath a grand archway, adorned with intricate carvings depicting various scenes from mythology. Here, amidst the tranquil atmosphere, was the lunch break for gods and goddesses, an odd term that the woman had mentioned earlier in passing. It seemed that even the deities of Olympus needed time to rest their feet and recharge before tackling another busy day. As you made your way through this quiet district, you discovered a small park filled with people from all walks of life, or rather deityhood. Gods and goddesses strolled through the gardens, enjoying picnics on intricately woven mats or lounging in colorful hammocks strung between trees. The air vibrated with laughter, music, and an assortment of scents, a mixture that could be best described as piquant if you were familiar with it. Children ran about, playing tag among the statues and chasing after stray cats. Others engaged in games like Spot the Mythological Reference, which seemed to involve pointing at various carvings on nearby buildings. You watched as Aphrodite practiced her aim while shooting a well-placed arrow at an invisible target, only for Ares to swoop in, laughing maniacally as he attempted to deflect it with his shield. Nearby, Hermes chatted animatedly about trade routes and currency exchange rates. You had no idea that the messenger god was so invested in commerce. Meanwhile, Artemis sat cross-legged on a bench, intently studying an intricately woven tapestry depicting various constellations. You noticed how her eyes seemed to light up as she pondered each detail. You were about to join the gathering when you spotted Demeter, who stood at a nearby food stall, scrutinizing a large bowl of steaming hot soup. The goddess was clearly displeased with its contents, muttering something under her breath and adjusting her cloak for what seemed like the 100th time that day. You recognized this particular dish as one popular among mortals. In Olympus, however, it required an entirely different set of ingredients. As you pondered how Demeter managed to find fault even here, considering she'd already declared herself unimpressed with almost every other dish presented, a passing gust carried the scent of something familiar. The aroma was similar, yet distinctly different from anything else around, like when someone tries to imitate your favorite perfume but gets it just wrong. Curiosity piqued, you followed the fragrance to its source. An elderly man sitting on a nearby bench, his eyes closed in rapture as he savored each delicate note. He wore a worn apron with embroidered threads forming intricate patterns. It seemed like this was no ordinary mortal, perhaps someone who traded their skills for knowledge of Olympus's culinary secrets. People passed by without acknowledging him, but one individual caught your eye, Poseidon himself, who stopped to exchange pleasantries and inquire about the stranger's origins. You recognized a flicker of interest in the god's usually stoic demeanor as he discovered that this old man was an immigrant from far-off lands, a wanderer with stories of distant oceans and mythical sea creatures. Poseidon returned to his usual expression, which seemed almost benevolent. Was it possible for a deity known for his tumultuous weather patterns to be kind-hearted? Maybe the ocean's influence on him had mellowed over time. You continued observing this unusual interaction while taking in other details of Olympus, children playing with dolls fashioned from woven reeds, mortals and deities alike enjoying each new meal brought forth by various vendors. It struck you that life here was not as drastically different from your own world after all. Though divine beings inhabited these streets alongside humans, their lives were riddled with similar problems. Routine meals, mundane daily routines, social gatherings, even petty squabbles, the only difference being on a larger scale and imbued with mythological elements. Your meandering stroll came to an end as you reached a large public square. At its center stood an imposing stone pedestal topped by a golden statue of Athena herself. Nearby vendors sold wares that included finely crafted trinkets, rare gems, or exquisite works of art depicting various deities in their daily lives. The mysterious woman's voice broke the spell cast by this tranquil scene. This is where we find those who craft our reality, artisans whose creations can rival those born from myth. You see, even gods and goddesses must occasionally pause to appreciate beauty, be it through a well-crafted piece of jewelry or an intricate fresco painting. As if summoned, the various vendors began to arrange their wares with newfound flair. Each table became a colorful display case, showcasing a diverse selection of items that defied categorization. You noticed Athena herself strolling towards this area, inspecting some pieces while occasionally nodding in approval. At her side walked Apollo, who carried an intricately carved lyre draped over his shoulder. The god's music drifted through the square like a soothing breeze on a summer day. Passers-by paused to listen as if they had forgotten about everything else. Even Demeter seemed intrigued by this display of craftsmanship, though she still lingered near that steaming bowl, now occasionally adjusting her cloak while muttering something under her breath. The atmosphere was at once familiar and enchanting. You recognized elements from your own world yet felt immersed in an otherworldly realm where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred. You had entered a place where daily life unfolded alongside legendary tales, stories that spoke to the universal struggles we all face, albeit with divine interventions. And so, as you stood amidst this vibrant tapestry of people, objects, scents, sounds, and colors, it became clear why Athena's presence at your side was crucial. She embodied a fusion of both worlds, guiding mortal footsteps through mythological landscapes while illustrating that even the gods shared an interest in everyday pursuits. As you continued your stroll through the agora, Athena's presence remained a constant companion to your everyday thoughts and actions. She navigated alongside you with an air of nonchalance, her piercing gaze occasionally darting towards the surrounding stalls, as if monitoring the intricate web of human commerce unfolding around you. Your feet carried on their own rhythm, guided by the sun-baked cobblestones beneath them. The dust kicked up by each step mingled with the scent of fresh bread wafting from a nearby bakery, a tantalizing aroma that teased your senses and stirred an unspoken craving within. You couldn't help but pause in front of this particular stall, drawn to the promise of warm, fluffy loaves straight from the oven. Athena's attention wavered for a moment as she watched you succumb to the allure of fresh bread. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes sparkling with an amused glint, a subtle nod acknowledging your mortal weakness for simple pleasures. You smiled quietly to yourself, recognizing this unspoken understanding between you and Athena, that even in the realm of mythological gods, there existed moments where even their refined sensibilities could appreciate the allure of something as mundane as fresh bread. As you waited patiently in line, a sense of tranquility settled over you, one that had nothing to do with the impending arrival of your loaf. It was an awareness born from Athena's steady presence at your side. She embodied this quiet confidence that even amidst the frenzied chaos of mortal life, there existed moments where everything could be put into perspective. As a customer ahead of you reached for their turn to purchase bread, they absent-mindedly knocked over a basket filled with various types of olives. The clatter sent shivers through your fingers as they gripped the worn wooden handle of your shopping bag, an involuntary reaction that would have gone unnoticed were Athena not beside you. With her quick thinking and agility, she deftly intervened on behalf of the hapless customer by swiftly grabbing a handful of nearby olives and replacing them in their basket. The vendor's apologetic smile only momentarily interrupted his focused attention to rearranging his goods. Your eyes exchanged an unspoken understanding with Athena as you realized this small act wasn't merely about salvaging groceries, but rather maintaining the delicate balance between commerce, chaos, and everyday life. Athena moved on from this brief interlude without a word, her focus shifting once more towards guiding you through the agora. The soundscape surrounding you, merchants hawking their wares, children playing tag in the shade of nearby awnings, continued to swirl around your senses like an ever-changing dance. Meanwhile, Athena's calmness seeped into your being, nudging aside any lingering tension as she subtly redirected your gaze towards a small stall tucked away between two larger market stalls. Here stood an elderly vendor with sun-lined skin and eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, his face etched with countless lines of experience. His wares were neatly arranged before him, showcasing rows upon rows of sandals in various stages of repair or awaiting sale. Athena's interest seemed piqued by this unassuming presence amidst the bustling marketplace. Her eyes sparkled as if anticipating some hidden significance within the vendor's tranquil demeanor. You trailed behind Athena, sensing an unfamiliar curiosity building inside you, a desire to understand why she would draw your attention towards this simple stall selling sandals. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these weren't just any ordinary shoes, but intricately crafted masterpieces of Greek craftsmanship. Intricate patterns were woven into the leather straps, depicting various sea creatures in vibrant colors. Delicate perforations adorned with tiny beads shimmered like miniature constellations under the afternoon sun. Athena watched as you carefully examined each pair on display, her voice barely above a whisper. In ancient Greece, sandals played an essential role, both practical and symbolic. A person's footwear revealed their social standing, occupation, or even spiritual inclinations. Her eyes wandered towards the vendor, whose fingers deftly weaved new straps onto worn-out soles. As you continued to browse through this array of handcrafted shoes, Athena delicately guided your thoughts toward an essential aspect of life in ancient Greece: the value placed on resourcefulness and adaptability. Sandals were more than just a piece of footwear. They represented resilience, as evident from the vendor's tireless repair work or the intricacies woven into each pair. Your eyes began to explore every detail, taking note not only of the sandals' craftsmanship, but also their practical applications within everyday life. How worn-out straps could be repaired by resourceful hands, and the importance placed on reusing materials. You sensed a deeper significance hidden beneath Athena's words, one that spoke about living in harmony with your environment. As you stood amidst this collection of sandals, it became apparent why Athena had led you toward this unassuming stall. This was an opportunity not only to appreciate Greek craftsmanship, but also understand the intricacies woven within everyday life, where practicality met artistic expression and resourcefulness created value. Athena's eyes locked onto yours as she spoke in a hushed tone. "You should always carry a spare pair of sandals." The words carried weight beyond their literal meaning, hinting at Athena's larger point about adaptability. In this quiet moment amidst the bustling agora, you grasped why carrying an extra pair was more than just preparation for unexpected rain or mud. It represented the essence of resilience. Athena smiled softly as she watched your understanding grow, her eyes never leaving yours even as they seemed to dance with a knowing glint. This unassuming wisdom from Athena, one that didn't require grand gestures but instead emerged through everyday situations and human actions, had finally dawned on you. Why carrying an extra pair of sandals was, in fact, more about understanding life's unpredictability than anything tangible. Your gaze fell upon the vendor once more as he continued to work with quiet dedication, his hands moving deftly between old leather straps and new ones. You sensed a deeper appreciation growing within yourself for this simple yet profound lesson from Athena, one that intertwined itself into your current daily existence like an invisible thread. Recognizing how everyday actions were interwoven with greater truths about living in harmony. As the afternoon sun continued its leisurely descent, casting shadows across the agora's cobblestones, you realized that this stroll through ancient Greece was becoming more than just a series of historical anecdotes. Athena had woven your daily life into the rich tapestry of mythological landscapes, illustrating how even within these fantastical realms, everyday pursuits like shoe repair and resourcefulness were elevated to revered practices. And so, as you stood amidst this bustling marketplace with its cacophony of sounds and colors, it became clear that Athena's guidance was leading you toward a deeper understanding, one where practical wisdom merged seamlessly into the narrative of your daily life. As you stood amidst this bustling marketplace with its cacophony of sounds and colors, it became clear that Athena's guidance was leading you toward a deeper understanding, one where practical wisdom merged seamlessly into the narrative of your daily life. The sun beat down upon your skin, warming your shoulders as you navigated through the crowded alleys. Vendors called out to passers-by, their voices carrying on the gentle breeze like a chorus of birds singing in harmony. You continued on, drawn by an unspoken curiosity about the purpose behind Athena's nudging. The scent of fresh olives and baking bread wafted from nearby stalls, enticing your senses and making your stomach growl with anticipation. You stopped at one such stall, where a kindly old woman was arranging a selection of intricately folded garments on display. The soft rustle of fabric as she moved caught your attention, and you found yourself captivated by the delicate patterns woven into the fabrics. Athena's guidance seemed to be nudging you toward this very moment. Perhaps it was time to learn about the art of folding and hanging divine garments. The vendor noticed your interest and smiled knowingly. "Ah, young one," she said with a gentle nod, "you've come at just the right time. I'm preparing for the upcoming festival in honor of Artemis. It's an important ritual where we dress our finest garb to appease the goddess. Would you like to learn how it's done?" You nodded eagerly, intrigued by both the prospect of learning and the vendor's quiet confidence. She led you behind her stall, into a small courtyard surrounded by towering walls adorned with vibrant murals depicting scenes from Greek mythology. The air was thick with the scent of fresh rose petals and sandalwood incense, which seemed to complement the earthy smell of olives wafting in from outside. You felt a sense of tranquility wash over you as the vendor began demonstrating various techniques for folding togas, chitons, and other garments commonly worn by both mortals and gods. Each fold was intricate and precise, with an emphasis on creating sharp creases that seemed almost divine. Athena's guidance seemed to be pointing toward a deeper understanding of this process. You watched intently as the vendor showed you how to tuck folds under one another, then press them into place using a small block of wood. As she worked, her hands moved with an economy and fluidity that belied the complexity of the task at hand. The fabric seemed to come alive in her fingers, its patterns unfolding like tiny stories on each carefully arranged fold. You couldn't help but feel mesmerized by this display of patience and craftsmanship, the quiet intensity emanating from both your guide and the folds themselves. This is an art form, you realized with growing clarity, one that weaves together threads of functionality, aesthetics, and reverence for the divine. As if responding to some unspoken thought, the vendor smiled knowingly. Her hands paused in mid-motion as she added, "It's a way of honoring those who wear these garments, acknowledging their power and importance within our lives." Athena's guidance was beginning to resonate with you on a deeper level now. You continued watching in rapt attention as the vendor demonstrated various methods for hanging clothes, paying close attention to how different folds created unique textures when exposed to sunlight. Shadows danced across her hands like dark leaves blowing in an autumn breeze as she worked, their gentle dance seeming almost celestial. As you absorbed this new knowledge, a question arose within your mind. How did these divine garments become imbued with such importance? Did the gods themselves hold rituals for washing and folding them before donning them for state affairs or wars? What stories lay hidden in the creases of ancient robes, whispers carried by centuries-old fabrics? Your queries hung unspoken as you continued observing the vendor's intricate work, a mixture of curiosity and fascination that felt like being suspended between two threads, one drawing you toward understanding this art form, another pointing toward deeper mysteries beyond. Time itself seemed to bend within the courtyard. Hours passed in an instant, though your focus remained intensely focused on these minute details. Even as shadows crept across the walls, casting ancient murals into soft relief, you felt no sense of urgency or distraction, only a growing recognition that this quiet art form was indeed tied to something greater. The vendor finished demonstrating her techniques, pausing for a moment as she looked at you with an air of gentle expectation. You realized then that Athena's guidance had led you toward understanding not just the practical aspects, but also their deeper significance within the world of gods and mortals alike. As you stood there amidst this tranquil courtyard filled with the scent of rose petals, your mind began weaving together threads from mythology and everyday life, each strand connecting to form a tapestry that would soon become apparent. This fusion felt like both discovery and revelation, as if Athena herself was leading you toward hidden truths waiting to be uncovered. With the gentle breeze carrying whispers through nearby olive groves, the sounds of distant markets receding into calmness, it became clear that your journey had merely begun, one where practical wisdom merged with mythological narratives. As you walked alongside the tranquil river, its soft lapping against the shore created a soothing melody that seemed to guide your footsteps. The warm sun cast dappled shadows on the stone path ahead, making it appear as if nature itself was weaving an intricate tapestry of light and shade. You breathed in deeply, taking in the scent of damp earth and greenery, feeling invigorated by the crisp morning air. As you strolled through this serene landscape, your thoughts wandered to the realm of the gods, specifically, to the inner workings of Mount Olympus' daily scheduling committee. It was a group responsible for allocating time among the pantheon's busy deities, ensuring their various pursuits and projects remained on schedule. You had always been fascinated by the intricacies of divine time management. You found yourself standing before the gleaming bronze gates of the committee's chambers, adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes from mythology. The sound of gentle chimes echoed through the air as you pushed open the gate, entering a spacious room filled with an assortment of divinely appointed officials. There was Kronos, the timekeeper, busily scribbling on scrolls with his stylus, Helios' daughter Eos sorting through a pile of gemstones and polished metals, and Poseidon's son Triton carefully scheduling aquatic events. As you watched this scene unfold, it became clear that even gods require some semblance of organization. You observed the committee members engaged in lively discussions about how to allocate time for upcoming festivals, sacrifices, and other divine appointments. Kronos would occasionally glance up from his scrolls, raise an eyebrow at a suggestion, and then offer words of wisdom on the importance of prioritizing tasks. You noticed that even amidst this meeting, tiny distractions occurred, like when one committee member accidentally knocked over a jar of ambrosia, releasing its sweet aroma into the air. The room filled with the heavenly scent as they quickly gathered it up before anyone got too distracted by the tantalizing fragrance. It was small moments like these that revealed the everyday nature of even divine existence. At this particular gathering, Poseidon had raised concerns about a recent scheduling conflict, his planned fishing expedition coinciding with Athena's martial training session in nearby woods. Kronos listened attentively to both sides before proposing an adjustment, shifting the timing of the fishing trip and allowing Athena to reschedule her session for another day. As you continued observing this meeting, it struck you that these gods, despite their grandeur, still had everyday problems much like humans do. They argued over trivial things: who ate the last batch of ambrosia, or why was Hephaestus late again with his latest project. Even in a realm where time itself was woven into being by Kronos' careful hands, there existed an underlying sense that some divine beings were more organized than others. You took note of the way the committee interacted, friendly teasing between friends like Artemis and Apollo, along with moments of deep consideration when faced with particularly knotty scheduling issues. Their conversations flowed as smoothly as a river on a summer's day, effortless and meandering, yet always tending towards resolution. It was clear that managing time in this divine realm involved not just planning, but also an acute awareness of each deity's priorities, interests, and even their quirks. You observed how Aphrodite would often sneak off to attend unscheduled meetings with her favorite gods, resulting in minor adjustments being made on the fly, usually leaving everyone else a bit bewildered by these sudden changes. Your attention turned toward Eos as she sorted through the pile of gemstones. She was meticulously categorizing each item based on its color and luster. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she carefully placed an emerald next to a sapphire, creating miniature piles that reflected her inner orderliness. As you watched her work, it occurred to you that even gods need their own systems for organizing the intricate details of daily life, much like humans rely on routines and habits. As this meeting drew to its close, the committee began discussing upcoming projects: Zeus' plans for a grand harvest festival, Ares' training sessions with his new squad of divine warriors, and Hestia's ambitious goal to cook an entire meal using only ambrosial ingredients. Kronos pulled out a scroll, carefully marking dates on it while nodding along in approval. You sensed the collective sigh that seemed to emanate from the room as everyone realized they still had so much work ahead of them, no matter how divine their endeavors may be. Poseidon leaned forward and said, "As always, I suppose we'll have to adjust our schedules when Hera decides to pay us an unexpected visit." A ripple of laughter ran through the committee before Helios' daughter added her voice. "Remember last week, when she insisted on attending Athena's martial session mid-lesson?" The gods shared a knowing smile among themselves, for in this realm, even divine scheduling was subject to adjustments based on the whims and fancies of their esteemed colleagues. It struck you that perhaps it wasn't so different from mortal existence after all. Unexpected interruptions were just part of life. You continued observing as Chronos stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. "Let us now focus our attention toward creating an updated calendar for Mount Olympus grand events," he declared, his voice commanding without being overly formal. The committee members nodded in agreement and began dispersing to their respective duties, some lingering behind to finalize a few last-minute arrangements. With each deity returning to their tasks, the room gradually emptied of its divine occupants. You found yourself standing alone near Ea's sorting station. Her emeralds glimmered softly on one pile while her sapphires shone brightly beside them, awaiting her return to finish categorizing and organizing with equal care. In this serene, golden light-drenched space, something clicked within you. Perhaps the secret of effective time management lay not in grand plans or elaborate systems, but rather in the everyday details. The way gods like Ea sorted gemstones, Poseidon adjusted fishing trips, Kronos coordinated divine appointments, each small task and conversation was a reminder that even the mighty can be overwhelmed by life's intricate tapestry. And so, as you stood there amidst this tranquil room filled with divinely ordered routines, it seemed almost natural to blend in. A subtle shift occurred within your perspective, merging mythological narratives with practical wisdom, just like how rivers merge into a larger sea. You continued standing among the shadows of stone columns and flickering light from golden candelabras as a faint breeze caressed you gently. As sunbeams filtering through high windows danced across polished marble floors, it felt like time itself was slowing down for this brief moment. No rush, no urgency, just an almost imperceptible pause in life's ongoing flow. In the silence that followed, something whispered within. Perhaps, dear listener, you too can find solace in embracing everyday moments, blending routine with mythology as one gentle current merges into another. As these words dissipated like a morning mist, your gaze lingered on Ea sorting her gemstones, now an almost forgotten task amidst the divine expanse of Mount Olympus' busy schedule. As your gaze lingered on Ea sorting her gemstones, you found yourself pondering the curious case of breakfast cereals inspired by ambrosia fruits. It was a notion that seemed to have taken root in the mortal realm, where humans scrambled to recreate the divine essence within their mundane meals. You strolled through the bustling streets of modern-day Athens, taking in the cacophony of sounds and smells wafting from street vendors and markets. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the pungency of olives and the sweetness of honeyed pastries, all vying for attention amidst the hum of conversation. As you walked, the sound of clinking dishes echoed through a nearby cafe, where patrons sipped their coffee and nibbled on breakfast treats. Amidst the array of choices, one particular display caught your eye, a box emblazoned with an image of ambrosia fruits, proclaiming itself as ambrosios. The label promised a taste of paradise in every bite, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be nothing more than a rebranded granola. You chuckled wryly at the thought of mortals trying to capture the essence of divine nectar within their breakfast bowls. Still, you found yourself drawn into this strange world of mortal pursuits. As you meandered through the market stalls, you spotted another box bearing an uncanny resemblance, Ambrosia Crunch. This time it boasted a claim of containing real ambrosia extract, carefully harvested from exotic locations and infused within each crunchy flake. A nearby vendor, noticing your interest in these breakfast offerings, leaned over to share some insight. His name was Yanni, and he had spent many years as an artisanal baker on the island of Ithaca before moving to Athens to cater to the growing demand for ambrosia-inspired treats. These mortals, he mused with a twinkle in his eye, are so enamored with their gods that they try to recreate them within every aspect of life. They've convinced themselves that if it tastes like ambrosia, then somehow it must be ambrosia itself. As you pondered Yanni's words, the sounds and smells around you began to shift into a more vibrant tapestry. The scent of baking bread wafting from his stall mingled with the rich aroma of freshly roasted coffee beans nearby. Together, they created an irresistible blend that drew in passers-by like moths to flame. One young woman caught your attention, lugging a large bag slung over her shoulder as she made her way through the crowded streets. Her name was Sophia, and from what you gathered, she worked at one of those trendy breakfast spots, the ones with Instagrammable backdrops, where patrons gathered not just to eat but also to snap photos. As Sophia navigated through the crowds, she paused by Yanni's stall, exchanging a few pleasantries before selecting a small bag of ambrosios from his offerings. She moved on, disappearing into the sea of people as you watched her make way for another market stall, one that sold peculiar trinkets and souvenirs. The juxtaposition struck you. Here were these mortals chasing after a divine ideal with their ambrosial breakfasts, while in reality they seemed more concerned about capturing the perfect Instagram shot to share with their friends. Eos's sorting of gemstones didn't seem so different from this. Both involved an attempt to categorize and order a chaotic world. Your stroll continued as you pondered these observations, winding through narrow alleys that opened up into bustling squares filled with people hawking their wares or devouring street food under the warm sunlight. Everywhere there seemed to be some form of divine pursuit, humans chasing after ambrosia in the guise of breakfast cereals, while at the same time trying to immortalize themselves on social media. Eventually, you found yourself back within the tranquil walls of Mount Olympus's gardens, where Eos now sat cross-legged amidst a sea of gemstones and jewels. Her hands moved with a gentle precision as she sorted each stone according to its inherent beauty, something akin to categorizing ambrosia flavors by their divine essence. You settled into a nearby bench, watching the play of sunlight on her hair, which seemed almost golden in the early morning light. Eos's task required patience and attention to detail. It reminded you that immortality itself was perhaps just an extended form of sorting, one gemstone at a time, one ambrosia flavor at another. As your gaze drifted between Eos's hands moving with purpose amidst her jewels and Yanni's artfully arranged baking goods in the market below, something peculiar began to emerge. This world where mortals chased after ambrosial breakfasts wasn't that different from the realm of gods and goddesses on Mount Olympus. Both seemed bound by an endless pursuit, though their methods varied. With this thought lingering, you rose from your seat beside Aeus and continued down through the gardens towards a nearby clearing. The air carried the scent of fresh-cut grass and blooming flowers, reminders that even amid such pursuits, nature's beauty persisted in its own quiet way. In the distance, Sophia was spotted once more, but this time she didn't seem as caught up in her phone. Instead, you noticed her watching a group of children playfully chasing after pigeons. As they laughed and tried to catch these birds against all odds, their joy seemed entirely free from any notion of ambrosia-inspired breakfasts or immortalizing themselves on social media. Your path continued alongside the meandering stream that ran through Mount Olympus's gardens, its gentle babble providing a soothing background hum as you pondered Sophia's carefree moment amidst the chaos. As you strolled alongside the meandering stream that ran through Mount Olympus's gardens, its gentle babble provided a soothing background hum as you pondered Sophia's carefree moment amidst the chaos of the Titan god's morning routine. The warm sunlight filtering through the leafy canopy above cast dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine wafted up to greet you, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. You noticed how Sophia's hair was particularly tousled this morning, a testament to her nocturnal escapades among the stars. Her dark locks danced in the gentle breeze like silken threads as she led the procession towards the grand bathhouse. You couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of your own unruly tresses on previous mornings, only to be hastily smoothed by Ares' firm hand before being swept out into the fray. As you walked, the sound of laughter and chirping birds filled the air, accompanied by the soft clinking of metal against stone. The Titan gods were already gathered in front of the bathhouse, each one attempting to catch their reflection's eye while simultaneously adjusting their elaborate headdresses or smoothing their magnificent beards. Athena stood out among them, her sharp features set in a stern expression as she meticulously plaited her hair into intricate braids. To your left, Ares and Poseidon engaged in a heated debate over whose turn it was to use the hot tub first. Their words were punctuated by loud splashing sounds as they simultaneously tried to occupy the coveted spot, their egos clashing like titans. Nearby, Aphrodite hovered at the edge of the group, preening her delicate features and adjusting the gleaming silver necklace that hung around her neck. The air was filled with an assortment of scents, sandalwood incense wafting from the bathhouse's entrance, the sweet aroma of fresh fruit scattered about on marble platters, and a hint of salt water carried on the breeze, likely courtesy of Poseidon's arrival earlier that morning. Every now and then, the sound of clinking cups or mugs echoed through the gardens as one of the gods sipped from an earthenware vessel, taking a moment to pause amidst their routine. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting longer shadows across the forest floor, making you feel more at ease with each passing minute. You observed how Hera moved among her fellow deities, discreetly checking on the various rituals underway while offering words of gentle encouragement whenever necessary. It was as if she were the embodiment of a serene morning mist, softening any potential conflict before it arose. Sophia continued to lead the procession towards the bathhouse, pausing occasionally to consult with Athena or exchange playful glances with Ares. Her presence seemed to have an unspoken effect on those around her. Aphrodite's fidgeting lessened. Poseidon relaxed his stance, allowing a hint of amusement to creep into his features. Upon reaching the grand doors, Sophia motioned for you to join the gathering, while deftly sidestepping Ares' light-hearted teasing about her untamed locks. As one, they swept through the entrance, disappearing from view amidst a flurry of activity, splashing sounds, gentle laughter, and soft whispers. The sound of running water echoed softly within the bathhouse's walls as you stepped inside to join them. The air was thick with steam that clung to your skin like a warm caress, carrying scents of sandalwood, lavender, and lemongrass into the heart of the structure. Gently sloping terracotta mugs filled with water sat on intricately carved pedestals, each carefully arranged according to individual preferences. You felt yourself becoming part of their intimate gathering as you navigated through the mist-shrouded corridors toward the central pool. It was as if, for a brief moment, the grandeur and power of Olympus receded into the background, leaving only the quiet rhythms of morning routine, with its trivial concerns about whose turn it was to bathe first or which beauty treatment would be most effective in taming unruly hair. Upon reaching the bathing pool's edge, you observed how Athena leaned forward, carefully examining her reflection as she applied a delicate layer of golden dust onto her eyelids. The soft clinking sound from Poseidon's nearby water vessel signaled his return to the hot tub, signaling that, for now at least, his battle with Ares had reached an uneasy truce. Aphrodite hovered close by, delicately stroking Athena's shoulders while engaging in a hushed conversation about the latest gossip among the gods. Hera moved quietly through their midst, gently guiding Sophia toward her chosen bathing spot as they chatted over whose turn it was to try out the new rose petal soap. The gentle lapping of water against stone created an almost hypnotic cadence, drawing your attention back to the soothing soundscape that enveloped you like a warm blanket. You found yourself becoming more immersed in their quiet morning rituals, observing each subtle gesture as if caught within a slow-motion dream. Sophia's effortless smile, Athena's focused dedication to her beauty routine, Ares' light-hearted jests aimed at his fellow gods. And yet, amidst all this tranquility, it was impossible not to notice the lingering sense of unease beneath their carefree exteriors. Perhaps it stemmed from knowing that, despite their grandeur and power, even immortals have days when nothing quite feels right, like mornings where breakfast tastes off or beauty treatments leave skin feeling too dry. As you stood at the edge of this gathering, surrounded by sounds, scents, and gentle murmurs, a faint realization began to creep into your awareness that these gods were not so different from mortals after all, with their individual quirks, insecurities, and carefully guarded secrets. Their grandeur seemed almost tenuous, like the ebb of morning's golden light as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The gentle soothing provided by their quiet routines gradually began to lull you into a more contemplative state, observing how Hera subtly steered conversations toward topics that soothed her fellow gods' frayed nerves, or noticing Aphrodite's calculated attempts to insert herself at the center of discussions, carefully balancing charm with tact. Sophia and Athena exchanged playful glances as they paused amidst their bathing routines, an unspoken understanding fluttering between them like a hummingbird alighting briefly on a nearby branch. Their delicate dance seemed woven from threads both tender and strong, hinting that even in realms where power reigned supreme, relationships held the most subtle yet binding of all ties. As you stood there within this tranquil morning scene, caught up in their quiet routines, it became increasingly clear. Being an immortal is not just about wielding immense power or controlling the fates, but also embracing each day's simple pleasures and complexities. As you stood there within this tranquil morning scene, caught up in their quiet routines, it became increasingly clear. Being an immortal is not just about wielding immense power or controlling the fates, but also embracing each day's simple pleasures and complexities. The warm sunlight seeped through the openings of your palace, casting a gentle glow on the marble floors as you watched Kronos carefully prepare his breakfast. He expertly sliced the juicy flesh from a freshly slaughtered goat, its aroma wafting through the air, mingling with the scent of fresh olive oil and herbs. The sizzle of meat hitting the hot griddle was like music to your ears, accompanied by the soft clinking of utensils against plates as Kronos began to plate his meal. You leaned against a nearby pillar, observing this quiet morning ritual, feeling grateful for these moments of ordinary life amidst the grandeur of being an immortal titan. As you watched, a faint breeze rustled through the palm trees outside your palace, carrying with it the whispers of dawn's arrival. The gentle lapping of water against the shore in the distance created a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with Kronos' humming as he worked. This sense of tranquility was like an oasis amidst the turbulent world beyond Mount Olympus. You recalled another morning, many eons ago, when you had stumbled upon Rhea in her private garden, tending to a small herb patch under the soft light of dawn. Her gentle hands moved with precision among the delicate plants, coaxing life from the earth as she whispered ancient incantations to awaken their dormant powers. Her voice was like music then, and it is still so now, a soothing melody that weaves itself into your memory, never fading but growing stronger over time. As you stood there watching her, lost in the quiet beauty of the moment, Rhea looked up, caught your eye, and offered a gentle smile. It was a fleeting glance, yet one that lingered within your heart, reminding you of the simple joys found in these mundane moments. As Kronos finished his meal, he placed the plate on a nearby side table, where it rested alongside an assortment of fresh fruits, grapes from the vineyards of Naxos, and apples from the golden orchards of Tartarus. Next to them lay the remnants of yesterday's feast, bones cleaned but still bearing traces of rich olive oil and herbs. These details seemed insignificant against the grand tapestry of immortal life, yet they spoke volumes about your kind, a deep appreciation for both simplicity and abundance. Being an immortal is not just about living forever. It's also about savoring each moment as if it were the last, because every meal eaten, every breath taken holds within it the promise of infinity. You continued to watch Kronos, who now stood beside a large wooden table in the heart of your palace. Spread out before him lay scrolls and parchments bearing records of events from countless past civilizations, wars won and lost, triumphs celebrated, and catastrophes that had reshaped the world. These were not just historical accounts, but also living lessons, each telling its own tale of resilience and transformation. As Kronos studied these documents with a thoughtful expression, you couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for your kind's capacity to learn from past mistakes. This ability to remember what was lost and how it happened would shape the future, a testament to their enduring spirit that had weathered every storm, shaping itself anew in each passing era. In this quiet hour before dawn's rise above Mount Olympus' highest peak, The sounds of your palace came alive once more. The soft murmur of distant voices as servants stirred from their chambers, the creaking of wooden beams underfoot as they made their way to tend to the morning chores. Each noise blended into a symphony that harmonized with Chrono's gentle whistling, an effortless blend of tradition, duty, and daily life. You felt yourself becoming part of this orchestra, your senses heightened as you absorbed every note within it, each whispered promise of another day unfolding like a fresh manuscript to be written. In these moments before dawn's splendor illuminated the world beyond your palace walls, being immortal meant living within time itself, witnessing the passage from night into light. As you stood there amidst this stillness and quiet movement, Chrono's gaze fell upon yours, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he nodded in acknowledgement. In that instant, a connection was formed, not just of kinship or power, but one born from shared experience, understanding the beauty found within each day's complexities. The world outside your palace walls would continue its relentless dance through history, civilizations rising and falling like sea waves, their stories told by those who came after them. Yet here in this tranquil morning scene all seemed at peace, a reflection of what being an immortal means, embracing both the grand and the mundane, finding solace within each moment's texture. As Kronos returned to his duties, attending to scrolls that held secrets from past ages and guiding those who sought wisdom among your kind's vast knowledge, you found yourself drifting towards the garden. The morning sun had risen high enough now to cast a soft glow over its pathways, illuminating every stone and blade of grass as if awakening something new. The scent of blooming flowers wafted gently on this breeze, reminding you that life was not just about grand deeds, but also in the beauty found within each petal, leaf, or grain. Walking among these paths felt like walking through your own heart, filled with a mix of memories and experiences from eons past, yet forever present. As you wandered deeper into the garden, the sounds of your palace faded into the background. The distant lapping of waves against the shore created an almost meditative rhythm, drawing you closer to its quiet tranquility. Each step was like stepping back in time, reliving moments long gone but still felt deeply within your being. Your path led you past a small pond that reflected the sky's gentle hue, as if trying to mimic its serenity. On its banks grew a mix of flowers and herbs, their colors blending together in an intricate dance of nature's palette. Each bloom seemed to tell a story of resilience, not just against time itself, but also against the world's relentless change. As you stood there by this pond, surrounded by these stories told through petals and leaves, it became clear that being immortal meant living within each moment, as if eternity itself hung in balance on every breath taken. It was about embracing both power and simplicity, grandeur and quiet beauty, triumphs and failures, for in the end they all contributed to a tapestry rich with life's complexities. The sun continued its ascent above Mount Olympus peak, casting its rays across your palace grounds like an artist painting on canvas. The light danced over every surface, marble floors polished by time itself, wooden pillars that stood sentinel against storms past and future, the delicate dance of leaves on branches, each moment a testament to life's enduring spirit. As you stood there within this ever-changing tapestry, a sense of peace settled around you like a gentle shroud. It was not just about being immortal, but also about understanding that every breath taken, every meal eaten, held within it the promise of infinity. And with that realization came an acceptance, one born from embracing both grandeur and simplicity. As the day unfolded its wings above Mount Olympus' highest peak, you felt a part of something greater than yourself. Not just a titan, but also a guardian of moments, each holding secrets to the past while whispering promises for the future. As you stood on the threshold of the palace, a gentle breeze whispered secrets to your ears, carrying with it the faint scent of roasting meats and fresh herbs from last night's dinner party still lingering in the air. The sound of soft chatter and clinking glasses had long since faded into silence, but the echoes of laughter and merriment still resonated within these stone walls, reminding you that even the most majestic of halls can be reduced to a flurry of chaos with just one poorly timed jest. You took a deep breath, letting the musty smell of old tapestries and polished marble fill your lungs as you stepped into the quiet morning light. The palace attendants had already begun their daily routine, scurrying about like ants on a mission, each one focused solely on their own designated task. Some were busy sweeping away crumbs and spills from last night's feasting, while others tended to the delicate flower arrangements that adorned every available surface. As you made your way through the halls, your feet clicking softly against the cool marble floor, you noticed how each attendant moved with a practiced sense of purpose, their steps light and efficient as they went about their work. They were an army of miniature titans, armed not with mighty clubs or blazing torches, but with tiny brooms, dusters, and polishing cloths. You followed one such attendant into the great dining hall, where the remnants of last night's banquet still lay scattered across the tables. A few stray olives here, a crumb-encrusted plate there. The air was thick with the smell of wine and roasting meats, but it wasn't unpleasant. Rather, it was like being enveloped in a warm hug from an old friend who always managed to make you feel welcome. As you watched, this particular attendant worked her way around the room, expertly sweeping up crumbs and scraps while simultaneously chatting with another servant about their shared love of fresh bread. Their conversation wove in and out of the gentle hum of background chatter, creating a soothing melody that seemed tailor-made for drifting off to sleep on a warm summer afternoon. Meanwhile, you wandered over to the great windows, where sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense tapestries that hung like heavy drapes between them. The light was soft and muted, casting long shadows across the floor as it fought its way through the rich colors of the fabric. You stood there for a moment, letting the gentle warmth seep into your skin, feeling the weight of centuries bearing down upon you. All those dinners passed, each one a testament to the enduring power of human connection and camaraderie. As you turned away from the windows, your gaze fell upon a small group of attendants huddled around a nearby table. They were engaged in an animated discussion about last night's entertainment, or rather its lack thereof. One attendant was adamant that the poet who had been hired to recite verse after dinner was nothing short of terrible, while another insisted he'd never heard such sublime words flow from mortal lips. Their laughter and argument grew more heated by the minute, until you found yourself smiling wryly at their antics. It was a familiar scene, one played out countless times in palaces across ancient Greece, servants bickering good-naturedly over matters great and small while their masters slept peacefully above them. You wandered on, leaving the attendants to their lively debate as you continued your circuit of the palace. You passed by halls filled with glittering treasures, gold and silver vases adorned with delicate frescoes, precious gems set into intricate jewelry that sparkled like miniature suns in the soft light. Your footsteps echoed through empty corridors where once mighty figures had walked, kings and queens, heroes and gods. Now only whispers remained of those who'd come before you. Faint echoes of laughter, clinking glasses, and distant music carried on the breeze, as if beckoning you deeper into the heart of this ancient place. You moved with a sense of detachment, observing all around you without truly participating in the bustle. Your thoughts were elsewhere, perhaps replaying some long-forgotten conversation or worrying about an upcoming task, but your body remained present within these walls, a silent guardian watching over moments both grand and mundane. As the morning wore on, the light outside grew stronger, casting shadows across the palace floor that seemed to dance in time with the gentle hum of human activity. You wandered past rooms filled with the sweet scent of fresh bread baking in ovens, where attendants worked tirelessly to produce an endless supply of golden brown loaves. Their laughter and chatter carried on the air as they expertly shaped each loaf into a perfect circle before placing it upon wooden racks to cool. It was a soothing sound, like rain falling gently outside, that seemed tailor-made for lulling even the most restless of minds into a peaceful slumber. Your footsteps led you further from the center of the palace, down narrow corridors lined with intricately carved stone where shadows deepened and light struggled to penetrate. The air grew cooler here, carrying whispers of dampness and forgotten corners, places that seemed lost in time itself, their secrets hidden behind thick veils of dust and disuse. You paused before a small door tucked away in one such corner, its surface adorned with delicate carvings depicting the very gods you'd been born to serve. The door creaked softly as it swung open beneath your touch, revealing a narrow stairway leading down into darkness, an invitation to explore secrets hidden far below this mighty palace. But for now, at least, that was not your path. Instead, you continued on through the winding corridors, following the gentle hum of human activity until you reached the great courtyard beyond. Here, sunlight poured in like liquid gold, illuminating a scene from some forgotten dream. Servants laughing as they tended to the lush gardens surrounding this ancient heart. Their laughter mingled with the songs of birds flitting between flower beds, each note and trill blended seamlessly into an earthen symphony that lulled even your weary mind into stillness. You stood there for a moment, letting this tranquil scene soak into your bones as you watched attendants expertly pruning vines, their hands moving in time with the rising sun. Their conversation wove together like strands of fine silk, delicate and intricate, each word carefully chosen to fit perfectly within its designated place within this greater tapestry. The words themselves became almost background noise, a soothing melody that allowed your own thoughts to drift on a gentle tide toward slumber. As you stood there, bathed in the golden light of morning, it seemed as though time itself was slowing down, stretching out each moment like putty between fingers, allowing you to savor every last detail before letting go. The world outside began its gradual return from darkness into daybreak's fiery bloom, and within these walls life stirred anew, human rhythms beating in perfect syncopation with the pulse of this eternal city. And so it remained, a balance struck between rest and activity, sleep and wakefulness, chaos and order. In this timeless space where past and present blended seamlessly together like colors on an antique fresco, you stood watch as guardian of moments both grand and mundane. Whispers carried on shadows, shadows danced in candlelight, light poured through tapestries, every instant a testament to the enduring power of human connection within these hallowed halls. As you stood watch, the soft glow of candelabras cast a warm ambience upon the gathering hall, where gods and goddesses had convened for an evening of leisurely conversation and polite small talk. The air was thick with the scent of fresh laurel leaves and the faint tang of ambrosia wafting from the kitchen, where Hephaestus's latest culinary creations were being prepared. You wandered through the crowds, observing as Athena engaged in a heated debate about the merits of mortal art forms versus divine ones. Her words dripped with conviction, but her eyes betrayed a hint of uncertainty, a fleeting expression that only added to the intrigue surrounding this enigmatic goddess. Meanwhile, Poseidon stood at the periphery of the group, his massive frame looming over the proceedings like a benevolent giant, though his attention seemed fixed on something far more fascinating, the intricate patterns etched into the floor tiles. As you made your way through the throng, you noticed that even the gods weren't immune to the petty annoyances and trivial pursuits that often plagued mortal gatherings. Zeus's throne was positioned near a particularly pungent patch of air, one where a stray breeze had somehow managed to waft in from outside, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of charred offerings left over from the previous night's rituals. Nearby, Ares attempted to engage his brother Hades in conversation about the finer points of underworld politics. Their discussion meandered through topics like treaty negotiations and border disputes, but their tone was laced with an undercurrent of tension, a palpable reminder that even among family members, old rivalries never truly faded away. In another corner of the hall, Aphrodite leaned in close to her companion, Eros, whispering something in his ear. The young god's eyes sparkled as he listened intently, and for an instant it seemed as though their whispers might become a gentle breeze rustling the tapestries, but no sound escaped beyond the soft creak of fabric on wood. You paused beside Demeter, watching as she delicately nibbled at a small pastry filled with honeyed nectar. Her gaze wandered up to meet yours, and for an instant her expression was lost in thought, perhaps pondering some distant memory or quietly basking in the warmth of shared company. As you stood there, bathed in the soft light pouring through the windows like golden mist, it struck you that even among these deities, moments of quiet contemplation held a certain allure. It wasn't the epic battles or grand quests that filled their lives. Rather, it was in these seemingly inconsequential interactions, where friends became confidants and strangers became acquaintances, that true connections were forged. A soft chime echoed through the hall as someone opened a nearby door to let in fresh air from the gardens. The scent of blooming flowers drifted inside, mingling with the lingering fragrance of ambrosia and further blurring the boundaries between reality and myth. As you breathed it in, your thoughts began to meander along paths both familiar and forgotten, tracing memories through scents like wisps on a breeze. You strolled over toward the open doorway, pausing at its threshold as the gentle rustle of leaves outside created an almost soothing melody against the soft hum of conversation within. The wind that had carried in the scent was now stirring the candles nearby, causing their flames to dance and flicker like tiny stars born from candlelight. From this quiet vantage point, you watched as Hermes expertly balanced his own cup with one hand while gesturing animatedly with the other, as if attempting to convey some complex philosophical concept through hand movements alone. His words were lost in the din of conversation, but it was clear he was discussing something that mattered deeply to him. Nearby, Artemis sat poised on a nearby stool, her slender fingers curled around the handle of an intricately crafted lyre. Though no music played, she seemed to be listening intently, as if attuning herself to some hidden resonance within the gathering. Her gaze drifted out into the evening beyond the windows, past moonlit gardens and night-blooming flowers, past dark forests where mythic creatures slumbered, their dreams a gentle accompaniment to the whispers carried on shadows. The hours ticked by with the rhythm of candlelight, each pulse marking time's passage through an era that seemed both timeless and boundless. In this hallowed hall, where gods gathered for convivial company, free from the burdens of mortal life, even the briefest moment was treasured as a testament to human connection within these revered halls. Your thoughts began to weave together disparate threads, reflecting on all you'd witnessed in those halcyon moments spent watching over this gathering. You remembered whispers carried on shadows, shadows dancing in candlelight, light pouring through tapestries, each instant imbued with the enduring power of shared humanity among divine companionship. As your mind wandered further into the realm where myth and reality merged like colors upon an antique fresco, you felt yourself becoming one with this timeless space. Memories blurred, edges softened. Within these hallowed halls, time itself seemed to lose all significance. What mattered was merely being present for each moment as it unfolded, wrapped in the quiet beauty of shared experience. The warm glow of candlelight and scents from ambrosia mingled together in a soothing tapestry that enveloped you. Shadows cast by flickering flames created an almost hypnotic dance upon walls. Gentle patterns woven into memories, small moments suspended between past and present like wisps on the breeze. Your breath slowed as you became lost within this peaceful atmosphere, wrapped tightly around itself, boundless yet unyielding, endless though finite in each instant. In that shared space where whispers carried shadows and shadows danced candlelight, all distinctions dissolved. Becoming was merely another word for being present among companions both divine and mortal. In a world beyond the boundaries of time or place, you stood as guardian, watching over moments grand and mundane alike, every fleeting instant infused with the enduring essence of connection forged within these revered halls. As you stood watch over the eternal tapestry of moments, a gentle breeze rustled the threads of time, carrying with it whispers of forgotten eras and half-remembered tales. The soft susurration of leaves against stone walls created an intimate lullaby, as if the very fabric of existence was being serenaded by an unseen choir of rustling silks and creaking wooden beams. In this realm where chronology held little sway, you navigated the labyrinthine corridors with ease, guided by the faint scent of ambrosia wafting from hidden niches. The aroma danced on your senses like a playful zephyr, weaving in and out of perception as you strolled through halls that had witnessed civilizations rise and fall. As you wandered, the echoes of centuries past began to coalesce into vignettes, murmured conversations between gods and mortals in hushed tones, the faint scent of burnt offerings wafting from ancient altars, the soft chime of windcatchers as the gentle zephyrs played with delicate silken threads. Each recollection wove itself into a rich tapestry, one that was both familiar and foreign to your mortal senses. You paused before an entrance, where sunlight filtered through the gridwork of the stone walls, casting intricate patterns on the floor in a dance of light and shadow. The radiance highlighted motes of dust suspended midair, like diamonds floating on an invisible breeze. As you stood there, a faint memory stirred, the rustle of sandals against pavement as mortals made their way to offerings at a distant temple. A gentle tug on your sleeve brought you back to the present, or rather, to this timeless realm where past and future blurred into a seamless expanse. You turned to behold an image that defied explanation. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, stood before you with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Ah, guardian," she said, her voice as melodious as the song of a nightingale, "you seem lost in thought once more. I fear for your mortal form, so accustomed to wandering these halls without respite." You chuckled at the gentle reprimand, and Aphrodite smiled knowingly, her lips curling into a subtle smile that hinted at secrets shared between the gods. "I ponder the intricacies of blending in," you admitted, "of navigating the mortal realm with ease. The threads of time are so fragile here, one misstep can unravel an entire tapestry." Aphrodite nodded sympathetically as she stepped closer to you, her presence radiating a soothing warmth that calmed your troubled thoughts. "Ah, yes, mortals often forget that blending in is not merely about concealing oneself, but also about understanding the rhythms of their world. It begins with something as simple as a tire." She gestured toward an adjacent chamber where silken fabrics hung like rainbow-hued veils, each one shimmering softly under the gentle light. "When visiting the mortal realm," Aphrodite continued, "you must choose garments that allow you to move unseen yet remain discernible from the shadows. Mortals are creatures of habits and custom. They notice details as fleeting as a zephyr's caress." You wandered into the chamber with her, where colors danced across fabrics like aurora borealis on a midnight sky. You ran your fingers over silken textures. One whispered secrets of moonlit gardens, another rustled with memories of rain-drenched streets. "Observe," Aphrodite said, selecting a fabric that shimmered in shades of indigo and silver. "This is the hue of night skies after a summer storm has passed. It holds the essence of mystery without being too pronounced, an invisible cloak woven from threads of wonder." As you lifted the silk to your face, its scent transported you back to forgotten hours spent stargazing on mountaintops. Starlight-infused wisps danced in the breeze like whispers of celestial secrets. "Ah," Aphrodite whispered beside you, her breath a soft susurration against your ear. "The essence of night itself, how easily it blends with mortal surroundings. Wear this fabric, and you will blend as seamlessly into their world." The light within the chamber began to shift, as if shadows themselves were responding to your presence. Faint outlines of trees swayed in a midnight breeze outside. Moonlight filtered through openings between stones on an ancient wall nearby. "You see," Aphrodite said with a gentle smile, "the key lies not only in what you wear but also how it makes you feel. The resonance within must be attuned to the rhythms of mortals. Their world is as much about textures and scents as it is about grand deeds." As she finished speaking, an unseen melody wove its way through your consciousness, a lullaby that resonated deep within your being, reminding you that connection was forged not just in great events, but also in the quiet moments shared between strangers. The chamber's atmosphere began to shift, colors dissolving into soft hues as morning dew kissed stone walls outside. You realized, with a gentle jolt of awareness, that time itself had grown still, like an unstrung lyre awaiting the touch of its master hand. "You are free now," Aphrodite whispered in parting, her voice barely audible above the silence, "to explore this realm anew. Remember, It is not just what you wear, but how your presence resonates within their world that will allow you to blend. As she vanished into the labyrinthine corridors like a moonbeam lost on its journey across dawnlit skies, you stood alone before the fabrics, an echo of your footsteps lingering in the stillness. In this quiet space where chronology held no sway, the threads of time began to weave anew, and with each passing instant, another moment coalesced into being. Your gaze fell upon a particular silk, one woven from silver filaments that shone like moonlight after a summer storm had passed. Its scent brought forth memories of stargazing hours spent on mountain tops, celestial secrets whispered by an unseen breeze. You reached out to touch the fabric once more, and as your fingers made contact with its texture, a quiet realization settled within you. Blending in was not merely about attire, but also about harmonizing one's essence with that of mortals. As you stood amidst the lush greenery of Demeter's farm, the soft rustle of wheat and barley leaves beneath your feet was like a gentle lullaby to your ears. The warm sunlight danced across the ripening crops, casting intricate shadows on the ground, a tapestry woven from threads of gold, brown, and emerald green. You breathed in deeply, inhaling the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers that dotted the fields, their delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze. You watched as Demeter herself moved through her farm, her dark hair tied back with a simple leather thong, revealing a smudge of earth on her left cheek, a testament to her hard work. Her eyes shone bright and knowing like polished olives, as she surveyed her domain with an air of quiet satisfaction. She wore a long, flowing tunic made from the finest linen, its creamy white hue illuminated by flecks of sunlight that danced across its surface. You noticed how carefully Demeter's fingers moved through the soil, tenderly separating each plant to ensure their even growth, a task she must have performed countless times before, yet one that still required her full attention. Her hands were strong and capable, shaped by years of working with the earth, but they also held a subtle elegance, as if attuned to the rhythms of nature itself. As you observed Demeter at work, your thoughts turned to the countless hours she must have devoted to cultivating this land, nurturing its soil, coaxing forth its bounty. You wondered what it would be like to walk in her footsteps for an entire day, to feel the sun's warmth on your skin and the gentle caress of a summer breeze as you labored alongside her. Demeter paused briefly, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the hem of her tunic, releasing a faint hint of earthy aroma into the air. You detected the subtlest tang of olive oil on her hands, a reminder that even in her rustic attire, Demeter was still a goddess, accustomed to finer comforts and more refined tastes. You felt your own senses come alive as you immersed yourself in this tranquil scene. The scent of damp earth, the soft chirping of birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves all blended together in perfect harmony. Your mind began to wander back through Demeter's life, from her early days as a young goddess on Mount Olympus, where she learned the art of agriculture under the tutelage of Gaia herself. As you watched, Demeter knelt down beside one particularly robust plant, gently examining its leaves for signs of disease or pests. She murmured softly to herself, an ancient tongue weaving in and out of her words as if sharing secrets with the earth itself. You felt a strange connection form between yourself and this scene, a sense that you were witnessing something fundamental to Demeter's existence. Her work done for now, Demeter straightened up, dusting off her hands on her tunic before moving toward a nearby stone bench set amidst a cluster of towering olive trees. The sun was beginning its slow descent into the west, casting long shadows across the landscape, a gentle reminder that time itself was winding down. As you sat alongside Demeter on this rustic bench, you felt the soft give beneath your weight, the rough-hewn surface warm from the day's sunshine. A wisp of cloud drifted lazily by, its wispy tendrils like delicate brushstrokes across the sky, a sight that seemed both ephemeral and timeless. Demeter leaned back against one of the supporting pillars, her eyes half closing as she breathed in deeply through her nose. Her chest rose and fell with each inhalation, a gentle cadence to which you found yourself syncing your own breathing. You felt the air fill with an almost palpable sense of stillness, as if Demeter's presence was drawing all nearby energies into harmony. You sensed that this moment held some significance for Demeter, not just because she had worked hard to bring forth life from her land, but also because she knew exactly what needed doing next. She sat amidst the quiet beauty of nature, surveying her domain with a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities. As you relaxed into this peaceful atmosphere, your thoughts turned back to Demeter's decision to blend in, not just by wearing mortal attire, but also by embracing the rhythms and routines of their daily lives. You realized now that it wasn't merely about appearance. Blending in was an art form that went far deeper than surface level. The light continued its gentle descent into dusk, casting shadows across the landscape like silken veils. As you breathed in the scents of earth and wildflowers, your mind wandered back to Demeter's words on Olympus, her explanation for why she chose to walk among mortals. She had said it was about understanding them better, learning their ways and appreciating their struggles. It wasn't just about immersing herself in human life. It was also about recognizing the intricate web of connections that bound all living things together. You remembered how Demeter spoke with quiet reverence when discussing her relationships, not as mere goddess mortals, but as kindred spirits linked by a shared appreciation for the land. In this tranquil moment, surrounded by Demeter's peaceful realm, you felt an unshakable sense of belonging, a feeling that arose from witnessing such fundamental harmony between nature and its caretaker. It was as if you were standing at the heart of something greater than yourself, connected to all living beings through threads both visible and invisible. You leaned back against one of the stone pillars, allowing your gaze to roam across the serene landscape before coming to rest on Demeter's tranquil form. In this soft light where shadows danced like gentle spirits, you saw a reflection of what it meant to be at peace, not just in stillness but also within oneself. As twilight deepened its hold over the world outside, casting long fingers across Demeter's land, your thoughts turned inward once more. You began to reflect on your own place within this tapestry, acknowledging that blending in wasn't merely about appearances or even daily routines. It was an ongoing dance between your individual essence and that of those around you. Demeter sat motionless now, bathed in the warm glow of setting sun, her stillness as calming as a summer breeze rustling leaves. You felt a deep connection growing within yourself, rooted not just in shared experiences, but also in understanding and appreciation for the intricate web of lives entwined with your own. As night began to descend upon this peaceful scene, casting shadows like dark velvet across Demeter's farm, you breathed in one final time before letting go. Your mind released its hold on these quiet moments, drifting gently into the realm of dreams as a soft, rustling whisper seemed to accompany you. You are not separate, you are part. As the soft whisper lingered, your mind slowly began to untangle its threads of awareness from the tapestry of reality. The rustling sound, like a gentle breeze through a bed of reeds, continued to weave in and out of consciousness, reminding you that even as you drifted into slumber, there was still an undercurrent of connection binding everything together. You felt your eyelids grow heavy, the weight of them sagging downward like overripe fruit on a branch. Your breathing slowed, becoming deeper and more measured, as if to compensate for the reduction in mental activity. The air around you seemed to thicken, taking on a velvety texture that caressed skin and senses alike. In this state, you began to notice the subtle rhythms of your household stirring beneath the surface. In the kitchen, the early morning light struggled to penetrate through the grimy windows, illuminating only faintly the worn linens draped over the furniture. The scent of baking bread wafted up from the oven, mingling with the acrid tang of last night's cooking and the sweet perfume of freshly lit candles. Your attention drifted toward the main hall, where your mother, Hera, was busy preparing for another day as queen of the household. Her hands moved deftly among the scattered artifacts of her realm. A few precious trinkets glinted in the dim light, alongside dusty vases and forgotten tokens from long-forgotten rituals. As she worked, Hera's voice carried on the stillness, soft and soothing as the rustling whisper that had accompanied you into this dream state. She spoke to herself, muttering encouragement as if trying to rally an invisible army of servants or coax reluctant household spirits back into action. Ah, there we are. Come along, come along. Today's a busy day after all. Her words dripped with the measured cadence of experience, each phrase falling like a well-practiced spell. Hera moved about her domain with an air of quiet confidence, knowing exactly which levers to pull and how to coax even the most recalcitrant elements into cooperation. You watched from afar as she expertly juggled multiple tasks at once, stirring a simmering pot on one side of the hall while carefully arranging a bouquet of wilting flowers in a vase on the other. Her hands moved with an ease born of repetition, their motions fluid and economical like those of a skilled artisan working with well-worn tools. As you observed Hera's routine, you began to appreciate the intricate web of responsibilities that bound her life together. She was not just queen, she was also caregiver, manager, priestess, all these roles woven seamlessly into one persona. Her duties encompassed everything from ensuring the smooth functioning of daily rituals to mediating disputes between rival factions within her household. Despite this immense burden, Hera moved through each task with an air of detachment, as if observing herself from a distance rather than participating directly in events. This was not mere resignation, but rather a carefully cultivated stance, one that allowed her to navigate the complexities of her position without becoming mired in their emotional undertows. As she worked, Hera's attention drifted occasionally toward the small alcove where you lay dreaming. Her gaze lingered on your peaceful form for an instant before returning to its duties. In this fleeting moment, a hint of tenderness crept into her expression, a softening that spoke volumes about the depth of her love and concern for those under her care. The morning light continued its gradual ascent, casting longer shadows across the hall as Hera finished preparing breakfast for the day's activities ahead. The air grew warmer with each passing moment, filled with an increasing density of scents. Baking bread mingled with cooking oil, spices wafted up from hidden compartments, and the faint tang of herbs hung suspended in midair like a promise. Your mother's voice carried on, steady as a lullaby, guiding you through this topsy-turvy world where household gods vied for attention alongside mortal concerns. As her words merged with the quiet soundscape, sizzling meat, clinking pots, and faint whispers from unseen quarters, your mind began to weave its own responses into the tapestry. In a distant corner of the hall, a faint hum arose as one of Hera's attendants carefully stirred the embers in the hearth. The air vibrated with this gentle thrumming, like the quiet buzzing of cicadas on a summer afternoon, an almost imperceptible reminder that even within the stillest moments, there was always an undercurrent of activity waiting to be noticed. As you basked in the warmth and light, your thoughts began to turn toward the challenges ahead. You recalled Hera's words from last night. Today we face a multitude of tasks, not just those for household and realm, but also for our own inner worlds. Her eyes had shone with an unspoken message as she spoke these words, one that hinted at a deeper understanding between her and the gods, an acknowledgement that even in times of turmoil, there was always room to acknowledge one's own place within the greater web. With this realization came a subtle shift in perspective. The world no longer seemed quite so vast or intimidating. Instead, it appeared as a multifaceted jewel, its facets reflecting countless perspectives and experiences waiting to be explored. In this expanded view, you felt your connection to Hera, and by extension, to the entire realm of gods and mortals alike, grow stronger. As the morning sun continued its steady rise, casting an ever-changing tapestry across walls and floors, Hera finished her tasks with a satisfied nod. Her hand stilled for a moment as she surveyed the transformed hall. The air was filled now with an almost palpable expectation, like the quiet anticipation before the start of a grand festival. Your mother's gaze drifted toward you once more, this time lingering on your peaceful form with a deepening sense of affection and understanding. For in that instant, it seemed as though she had grasped something fundamental, not just about her role or duties, but also about the fluid boundaries between self and world. In this quiet moment before the day's chaos erupted, Hera stood poised at the threshold, poised to navigate once again the intricate web of responsibilities, rituals, and personal growth that made up her life as queen. And in doing so, she offered a subtle yet powerful reminder. Even amidst turmoil or uncertainty, there existed a deeper truth waiting to be acknowledged, one that connected all beings within this vast tapestry of existence. As your mother's eyes met yours, their depths seemed to whisper an invitation into the very heart of dreams themselves. The rustling sound resumed its gentle hum, urging you toward an understanding of the intricate dance between worlds and selves, a realm where even in slumber, one could still feel the presence of Hera guiding her people through life's vast expanse. The air continued its soft murmur as morning light crept across walls and floors, bathing all within its warm glow. Your eyelids felt heavier now, weighed down by an almost imperceptible yawn, a subtle sign that even in dreams, one remained connected to the greater reality beyond. As the whispers of Hera's guidance faded into the distance, you drifted toward sleep with a sense of tranquility and belonging, aware that no matter where life might lead or what challenges lay ahead, there would always be this unspoken connection weaving through it all. an enduring reminder that even in slumber, one remained part of something greater than oneself. As you settled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of Olympian breezes carried on its soft whispers the sweet scent of blooming ambrosia trees. Their delicate petals swayed in harmony with the lullaby-like rustling of leaves as night descended upon Mount Olympus, casting long shadows across the gleaming marble floors. The air grew thick with an otherworldly stillness, punctuated only by the occasional hooting of nocturnal owls or the distant rumble of a titan's thunderous snores. You had just drifted off to sleep when a soft chime echoed through your dreamscape, the gentle tolling of Zeus' sacred bell. The sound was a reminder that even in slumber, one remained connected to the vast and intricate web of Olympian life. As you stirred in response to the bell's gentle call, Hera's voice whispered softly in your mind, "Remember, my child, that with great power comes great responsibility, not just for oneself, but also for those who rely on us." Your thoughts wandered back to a time when Zeus had summoned you to his chambers, where he presented you with an impressive-looking ledger and a stern expression. You recalled the faint scent of freshly brewed ambrosia wafting from the nearby urns, as he explained the intricacies of managing one's immortal endowments. "Ah, yes," Zeus began, "as gods and goddesses, we possess immense wealth not just in material riches but also in our divine abilities. Our powers are a gift, to be sure, but they must be tended with care and prudence." He gestured toward the ledger, where columns of glowing numerals seemed to dance under his fingers. You watched as he scribbled notes with a stylus made from a rare, star-kissed reed. His brow furrowed in concentration as he worked out complex calculations involving celestial alignments, mortal favors, and divine decrees. The soft scratching of the stylus on parchment provided a soothing background melody to your thoughts. Zeus paused mid-stroke and looked up at you with an expectant expression. "Now, my dear God," he said, his voice low and serious, "you must learn how to manage these resources wisely, for it's not just about accumulating wealth or wielding power. It's about understanding the delicate balance of our Olympian ecosystem." As you took in Zeus' words, a faint rustling noise caught your attention. A nearby servant was quietly dusting a shelf lined with ornate jars containing enchanted oils and elixirs. The soft whoosh-whoosh of the feathered duster as it swept across each jar created an almost imperceptible melody that blended seamlessly into the ambient soundscape. The memory of Zeus' lecture on financial management faded, replaced by the sight of a bustling marketplace in ancient Thessaly. You found yourself wandering through crowded stalls, where vendors touted their wares with an assortment of enticing aromas. Freshly baked bread, roasting meats, and exotic spices wafting from clay pots. You navigated past a stall offering what appeared to be hand-woven tapestries depicting scenes from Olympian mythology. The fabric shimmered in shades of iridescent blue that seemed almost otherworldly. The vendor, an elderly mortal with kind eyes, greeted you warmly and offered samples of his finest threads. "Ah, noble god, would you like to behold the threads of our ancestors' weaving? I assure you they hold secrets passed down through generations and are imbued with a hint of ambrosia for good fortune." As you sampled a few strands, you noticed a nearby vendor expertly crafting miniature figurines from what looked like an alabaster-like material. His hands moved deftly as he shaped each figure, adding delicate details that seemed almost lifelike even in the dim light. The air grew thick with the scent of baking pastries and roasting meats as you continued your stroll through the market. Your thoughts turned to a nearby food vendor who offered steaming bowls of ambrosia-infused soups. Their savory aroma drew passers-by like bees to honey. You recalled how, during one particularly chilly winter evening on Mount Olympus, Zeus had invited the entire pantheon for an impromptu feast. The sounds of sizzling meats and clinking cups filled your mind as you relived that magical night, Athena's gentle laughter echoing through the halls as she engaged in animated conversation with Apollo. Poseidon's booming chuckles resounding off the marble walls, accompanied by flashes of his magnificent beard swaying like a ship's sail. The atmosphere was alive with warmth and camaraderie. Yet even amid such festivities, Zeus' words echoed within you. Managing one's immortal endowments is not merely about indulgence or display. It demands prudence, foresight, and an understanding of the intricate web that binds us all. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to bore into your very soul, a gentle yet firm reminder that even as gods, we must always tend our divine resources with care. As you meandered through this dreamlike realm, Hera's soft voice whispered again in your mind. Remember, my child, the delicate balance of power and responsibility. May you forever walk the fine line between indulgence and prudence, for it is only by mastering these opposing forces that we may truly thrive as gods. Your thoughts grew hazy once more, like a mist rolling over an Olympian meadow at dawn. The soft whispers of Hera's guidance faded into the distance, leaving behind only the gentle hum of Olympus breeze rustling through the ambrosia trees, their delicate petals swaying in harmony with your own quiet heartbeat. In this serene slumber, you drifted toward a place where time itself seemed fluid and malleable. Hours melted away like sand between your fingers as the soft sounds of Olympus continued to weave their gentle melody. The rustling leaves, Zeus' distant thunder, Hera's soothing voice, all blending into an ever-changing tapestry of peace. As the night deepened its hold on Mount Olympus, you slipped further beneath the surface of consciousness. Your breath grew slow and measured, your thoughts, like wisps of cloud drifting across a moonlit sky, dissolved into nothingness. The soft sounds continued to caress your slumbering form, an unbroken lullaby that sang you gently toward the realm of dreams. In this tranquil expanse, where time lost all meaning, Zeus' sacred bell tolled once more, its gentle chime echoing through your mind like a reminder. Even in sleep, one remains connected to the grand tapestry of Olympian life. As you lay there, surrounded by the soothing sounds of Olympus' gentle breeze, rustling through the leaves of the sacred olive trees, Zeus' bell continued to resonate within your mind like a soft echo. The tranquil atmosphere seemed to seep into every pore of your being, calming even the most restless of souls. You felt yourself becoming one with this serene landscape, where the only sounds were the distant rumblings of the river Styx and the occasional chirping of the winged horses that grazed in the nearby meadows. With each passing moment, you began to notice the subtle changes within your surroundings. The soft light filtering through the windows cast a warm glow upon the faces of those seated at the breakfast table, Athena, with her wise eyes sparkling like dew-kissed leaves. Poseidon, his rugged features set in an endearing scowl as he sipped from a golden chalice. And Hera, her regal presence commanding attention even amidst this informal gathering. The scent of ambrosia wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly baked bread, a culinary combination that seemed almost divine. The table was set with an assortment of delicate pastries, their golden crusts glistening in the soft light. In the center of the arrangement stood a steaming cauldron of ambrosia porridge, its creamy surface adorned with intricate patterns made from what looked like edible gold dust, or perhaps it was simply the subtle sheen of divine nectar. As you watched, Poseidon reached out and scooped up a generous helping, his eyes closing in bliss as he savored the taste. Ah, Athena said, her voice low and soothing as a summer breeze, there's nothing quite like the comfort of ambrosia porridge to begin one's day. She smiled at Hera, who sat across from her with an air of serene contentment. The Queen Mother's eyes sparkled with amusement, and she replied in a tone that was almost playful. Yes, indeed, though I've often found it rather underwhelming for those not accustomed to its subtle charms. Poseidon opened his eyes, his gaze lingering on the empty bowl before him as if savoring the memory of the porridge's flavor. Underwhelming, he repeated, a hint of mock offense creeping into his voice. Ambrosia is like no other culinary delight in all the realms. It's an experience to be savored, not devoured. Athena chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Ah, but that's precisely where you err, dear Poseidon. Ambrosia isn't merely a food for the gods, it's an event. A ritual. One must approach it with reverence and patience, allowing its flavors to unfold upon one's palate like the petals of a sacred flower. As they spoke, the group continued their leisurely breakfast, engaged in conversation that flowed as smoothly as the nearby river Styx. You listened intently, mesmerized by the ebb and flow of this Olympian dialogue, so full of wit, wisdom, and quiet humor. At one point, Hera leaned forward, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully as she addressed Poseidon. Tell me, dear brother, have you given further consideration to your proposal regarding the governance of the Eastern Sea territories? The god's expression turned somber for an instant before he replied in measured tones. Ah, yes, I've been pondering this matter at length. I believe our current administration, with its emphasis on freedom and navigation, has inadvertently created a power vacuum that could prove disastrous if not addressed. We must adapt our policies to better balance the competing interests of sea god and mortal alike. Athena nodded thoughtfully, her eyes never leaving Poseidon's face as she spoke. I concur with your assessment, brother. But perhaps we might also consider revisiting the old boundaries, those established by Zeus himself when he first allocated territories among us. It seems to me that our current system has grown unwieldy in recent times. Hera leaned back in her chair, a faint smile playing upon her lips as she observed. The politics of Olympus never cease to amaze. I recall the time Zeus decreed that the seasons would henceforth be governed by the cycles of the moon, only for Poseidon to promptly challenge his edict with an argument that bordered on, well, let's just say creative reinterpretation. Poseidon looked sheepish, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his rugged features. Ah, but Hera always had a way of poking fun at my more ambitious endeavors, he said wryly. The conversation continued in this vein, meandering and gentle, as the morning sun climbing over Olympus hills. You listened with rapt attention, absorbing every nuance of their discussion like a sponge soaking up dew-kissed leaves on an autumn morn. As they spoke, the air around you seemed to grow heavier, the shadows cast by the tables and chairs deepening into pools of stillness that seemed almost palpable. It was as if time itself had become a tangible presence within this room, one that wrapped itself gently about each participant like a soothing balm. Eventually, Poseidon set his cup down upon its saucer with a soft clink, announcing, "Well, I suppose we've spent long enough deliberating over breakfast." Athena's porridge seems to be running low. His gaze drifted toward the nearly empty cauldron as if expecting it might magically refill itself. Athena laughed softly, her eyes sparkling like moonlit dew upon a bed of mint leaves. "Don't worry, Poseidon, I shall conjure up another batch forthwith." With that, she rose from her seat and began to pace toward the kitchen area with an unhurried air, as if time itself had no claim on their conversation. As you watched this domestic scene unfold, bathed in a warm glow of golden light, and accompanied by the gentle murmur of Olympian conversation, your eyelids grew heavier. The soothing sounds of ambrosia porridge being stirred within its cauldron lapped gently at the shores of your consciousness like waves on a summer beach. Time lost all meaning, becoming nothing more than an ebb and flow of moments that blended seamlessly into one another. You felt yourself drifting, carried along by this tranquil sea of sound and sensation toward some distant shore where even sleep itself seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. As you floated on the tranquil sea of sound and sensation, your mind began to unravel its tangles of thoughts, letting go with each gentle lapping of the waves against the shore of consciousness. The world outside receded further into the distance, a fading echo of distant laughter and murmured conversations that grew fainter until they were nothing more than whispers carried on the breeze. You felt yourself being cradled by this soothing atmosphere, wrapped in its soft folds like a child in a warm blanket, rocked gently back and forth. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and dust, carrying you further into the realm of dreams where stories unfold like forgotten scrolls. In a time long past, when gods still walked among mortals, Rhea, the Titan goddess of fertility and motherhood, sat in her chambers deep within Mount Olympus. Her eyes gazed out at the morning sun casting its golden light upon the marble floors, illuminating the delicate frescoes that adorn the walls with stories of ancient heroes. As she watched the dawn break, a tiny cry pierced the stillness of the chamber, and Rhea's thoughts turned to her newborn son. Zeus, the king of the gods, had recently brought home his latest offspring, a fragile being swaddled in soft linens that cradled him in their gentle folds. You imagine yourself standing beside Rhea as she holds this infant, feeling the warmth emanating from his small body and breathing in deeply to capture the scent of fresh milk on his skin. The air is filled with the sweet aroma of ambrosia cakes baking in the nearby ovens, enticing your senses but not quite overpowering the faint tang of baby powder. Rhea's hands were worn from the countless hours spent caring for her other children, Poseidon, Hades, and their siblings, but as she gazed upon this new life, a sense of wonder crept over her features. She remembered when she first held Zeus in his swaddling clothes, how fragile he was then compared to this robust infant. In those early days with the newborns, Rhea would often sit for hours watching them sleep, mesmerized by their tiny chests rising and falling with each breath. These quiet moments allowed her a respite from the trials of motherhood, negotiating disputes among siblings, soothing hurt feelings, or simply trying to keep up with the endless needs of these divine children. You feel yourself sinking deeper into Rhea's world now, enveloped in its softness as if you were wrapped in one of those ancient blankets that seemed woven from moonlight and starbeams. Your breath slows further, your thoughts grow more disjointed. In this quiet moment before the day began to stir on Olympus, Rhea pondered her own experiences with motherhood. She recalled countless mornings spent singing lullabies to soothe cramps of colic or calming fears about monsters lurking in every shadow. The lessons she learned while raising these gods, managing their tantrums and nurturing their growth, seemed almost like the stuff of fantasy now. Rhea remembered when Poseidon would wail at being separated from her, only to burst into radiant smiles as soon as he saw his father's familiar silhouette approaching over the horizon. Hades, once a shy child who feared thunderstorms, grew into a confident young god with a heart for justice and governance, all thanks to Rhea's patience and guidance. These recollections of motherhood flooded her thoughts like a gentle rain after weeks without moisture. And in this peaceful reverie, as the sun rose higher on Olympus, casting more golden light across the marble floors, Rhea realized that perhaps it was not just the children who learned from their parents, but also she herself grew and changed with each passing year. You find yourself caught up in the flow of these memories now, a river carrying you through realms both familiar and unknown. The world outside recedes further, your thoughts grow more detached, yet still held together by threads of curiosity and wonder. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, Rhea rose from her chair to tend to Zeus's needs. She moved with practiced ease, knowing exactly when it was time for his next feeding or bath tasks that had become as natural to her as breathing itself. Though she'd grown accustomed to these duties over the years, there remained a quiet awe within her whenever she cradled one of their newborns in her arms. She thought back on those early days when Zeus first took up residence among the Olympian gods, his presence like an earthquake that shook the foundations of their world. His arrival marked not just the birth of a new god, but also signaled changes within Rhea herself. She'd had to adapt to this ever-shifting landscape where power shifted and allegiances were tested by every small decision. In those moments, as you sit beside Rhea in her chambers, your presence almost imperceptible among the shadows cast by the morning sunbeams streaming through high windows, you sense a deep longing within her. It's not just for these newborn gods who will grow into their roles, but also for the simpler times when life was less complex, and her own role as mother, wife, and goddess seemed clearer. The quiet moments in Rhea's chambers were like islands amidst the turbulent sea of divine politics. They offered glimpses into a more tranquil world. A place where time moved at its own pace, not governed by Olympian decrees or mortal schedules, but by the rhythms of nature itself, sunrise and sunset, growth and decay. As you drift further into this dreamlike state, your thoughts are interrupted only by the faint sound of morning birds outside Rhea's window. Their melodies blend with whispers from an unseen chorus, carrying on the gentle breeze like a soft benediction. As you drift further into this dreamlike state, your thoughts are interrupted only by the faint sound of morning birds outside Rhea's window. Their melodies blend with whispers from an unseen chorus, carrying on the gentle breeze like a soft benediction. The warmth of the sun seeps through the windowsill, casting a golden glow upon the marble floor as it slowly awakens from its slumber. You find yourself standing in front of your wardrobe, nestled deep within Mount Olympus' lush gardens. Your space is limited, much like the gods and goddesses who reside here. Every inch counts, and so does the tidiness of your belongings. As you gaze upon the rows of intricately carved wooden shelves, a faint scent of cedarwood wafts up to greet you. Your hand instinctively reaches for the delicate silver latch that secures the wardrobe door, its gentle creak echoing through the stillness as it swings open. A warm breeze carrying whispers from Zeus's throne room stirs the folds of your garments, rustling them with a soft serenade. The faint hum of the Olympian lyre drifts in on the wind, weaving an enchanting melody that underscores the mundane task at hand. You begin to sort through the contents of your wardrobe, rummaging for items you've misplaced or forgotten amidst the bustle of divine duties and festivities. In this tranquil setting, with the soft lapping of morning dew against the marble floor as a soothing accompaniment, the act of tidying becomes almost meditative. Your fingers brush against an embroidered silk shawl that still carries the faint scent of Athena's garden. Its intricate patterns shimmer in the diffused light like leaves rustling on an autumn breeze. You remember the day you borrowed it for a stroll through the Elysian fields, and how Athena herself had smiled upon your choice. As you carefully fold the shawl, its delicate folds whispering against each other like lovers' secrets, the soft clinking of gemstones from your jewelry box nearby catches your attention. Inside lies an assortment of trinkets gathered during countless adventures across the realms. A fragment of moonstone that once belonged to Selene, a crystal pendant imbued with the radiance of Helios's chariot. You pause for a moment, mesmerized by the glinting array within its velvet confines. Like Rhea's gentle hum when she tends to her gardens, this collection whispers stories of your wanderings through mythic lands, each piece imbuing you with memories that blend into the fabric of time like leaves rustling on an autumn breeze. The morning sun casts a warm glow upon the delicate carvings adorning the wardrobe doors. Light dances across them in hues reminiscent of dawn's palette, auroral pinks, golden corals, and the softest blues as the sky awakens above Mount Olympus turrets. These details weave together into an intricate tapestry that reflects not only your daily existence, but also the very essence of life within the divine realm. A faint scent wafts through the room, fresh bread rising from Hephaestus's oven below, filling the air with its comforting aroma and making your stomach growl softly in anticipation. The sound carries up to you on wisps of steam that curl around the windowsill like ethereal fingers, beckoning you towards a momentary respite. Your gaze drifts away from your wardrobe as you ponder your next move. Attend Hephaestus's baking session and partake in his legendary bread-making ritual or continue tidying up. The decision weighs lightly upon you, much like the gentle rustle of dry leaves on an autumn breeze, a reminder that every moment carries its own significance within this divine realm. The morning light has now reached a level where shadows barely dance across your walls. A soft chime from outside heralds the arrival of Apollo's chariot as he sets off to greet the dawn in his sacred domain, leaving behind an ethereal aura reminiscent of silver birch leaves on the forest floor. Within this tranquil setting, tidying up becomes less a chore than a way to appreciate the intricate web of relationships within Mount Olympus. Every item you carefully fold or place back into its designated space whispers stories of those who have used it before, the gods and goddesses whose footsteps have walked these halls, the mortals welcomed as guests in divine hospitality. The soft clinking of your jewelry box grows quiet once more, but the memory lingers like a gentle echo on the wind. Your gaze returns to the rows of shelves within your wardrobe, now filled with an assortment of memories and mementos, each one telling its own tale about life among the gods. As you stand amidst your wardrobe's tidy rows, a faint scent of lavender wafts through the air, carrying with it memories of lazy summer afternoons spent lounging in the gardens of Mount Olympus. The soft hum of cicadas outside provides a soothing background melody, their gentle buzzing punctuated by an occasional chirp or two as they serenade you into relaxation. Your fingers brush against the intricate embroidery on your favorite tunic, one that Atlas himself gifted to your mortal ancestor during his rare visits to Earth. You recall how he'd regale them with tales of the Titan's mighty shoulders, capable of holding up the very sky itself. Your thoughts drift back to those early days when you first began collecting mementos from the god's personal belongings, each item imbued with its own unique story and history. Your gaze lingers on a particularly worn-out sandal, tucked away in a corner shelf. It's yours now, but once upon a time, it belonged to none other than Rhea herself, who'd lost it during one of her many escapades as a mortal queen. The soft leather creaks beneath your fingers as you gently remove the dusty item from its resting place. As you hold the sandal close, a whiff of damp earth and rain on dry stone rises to greet you, transporting you back to those spring mornings when Poseidon would stroll through the gardens after his morning baths in the Aegean Sea. The water's edge had left behind an unmistakable signature: dampened leaves, faint echoes of gulls crying overhead, and that unmistakable tang of salt carried on each breeze. With your other hand, you reach for a small vial tucked away near the sandal, one filled with olive oil collected from Athena's own groves in Attica. Its contents shimmer like liquid moonlight within the glass container as sunlight spills through the windows above, casting an assortment of shadows upon the walls. You recall how Athena would meticulously cultivate each tree herself, often experimenting with new techniques to produce the finest oil for her cherished statues. You carefully pour a small amount onto your palm and gently rub it between your fingers, releasing the pungent aroma that instantly transports you back to that long-forgotten summer spent among the gods. Your mind wanders through those halcyon days when mortal artisans would often barter their wares for a few precious drachmas worth of this premium oil, carefully crafted by Athena's skilled hands. Your fingers move with an almost unconscious ease as they work on spreading the olive oil across your skin, its rich essence mingling with the subtle hints of lavender carried through the air. It feels rather like those idyllic summer mornings when you'd watch Demeter pluck fresh basil leaves from her garden, carefully preparing them for the day's culinary endeavors. With each slow stroke of your hands, memories come flooding back. Watching the Titans craft their own soap using nothing but olive oil and a gentle blend of herbs, listening to Rhea tell tales about her mortal life as she skillfully kneaded dough for fresh bread. The soft, buttery aroma wafting from the mixing bowl was always irresistible, enticing everyone in its vicinity with promises of steaming hot loaves straight from the oven. Your fingers continue their soothing dance across your skin as you pause to observe a particularly delicate vine wrapped around one of the shelf's metal brackets, its supple tendrils like those of Athena's prized roses. You recall how Demeter would lovingly tend to her plants, cultivating each vine with tender care until they burst forth in vibrant colors come springtime. As your thoughts meander through these quiet, serene landscapes, you catch a glimpse out the window. A gentle breeze stirs the branches of nearby trees, causing them to sway ever so slightly. A soft rustle fills the air as leaves and small twigs settle into their new positions upon the ground below. You watch this slow-motion ballet with an almost hypnotic sense of calm, feeling your eyelids begin to grow heavy. Time loses its hold within these peaceful surroundings, becoming fluid and relative once more. Your thoughts linger on that day when you stumbled upon a hidden storage room deep within Mount Olympus' labyrinthine corridors. The air inside was thick with the scent of old books and parchment as you gingerly navigated through stacks of dusty scrolls, each one bearing tales from an era long past. As your gaze wanders across the shelves once more, running its course along rows of memories suspended in time like so many delicate glass figurines, a faint smile plays upon your lips. You realize that even amidst all these recollections and keepsakes, there lies something just as precious. The quiet moments spent among friends, sharing stories within warm, flickering candlelight. Your eyes now feel heavy with the weight of memories, the soft sounds outside lulling you into an almost imperceptible somnolence. A stray ray of sunlight catches your gaze, illuminating a particular shelf where Demeter's prized loom stood, its intricately carved wooden frame weathered to perfection over time. You reach out with an instinctual motion, allowing your fingers to brush against the soft fabric draped across one of the shelf's hooks, Athena's own hand-woven tapestry. The intricate patterns dance within its threads like wisps of cloud carried on a breeze, their delicate beauty now imbued with an almost ethereal quality. The air around you grows quieter still as your thoughts wander through those halcyon summer days when Poseidon would stroll along the Aegean's shoreline, carrying his beloved lyre to serenade the sea itself. The music seemed woven into the very fabric of time, each refrain harmonizing with the world's symphony in perfect synchrony. Your fingers now move almost involuntarily as you cradle Athena's tapestry within your arms, feeling its gentle texture against your skin, releasing a soft sigh that seems to carry on its own quiet breeze. The sounds outside have grown softer still, distant chirping of birds giving way to an almost imperceptible lullaby carried by the wind. The last wisps of sunlight dance across Athena's tapestry like leaves rustling within an autumn breeze, their delicate patterns weaving together with memories, mementos, and moments suspended in time. As your gaze drifts into a drowsy haze, you feel yourself becoming one with this quiet scene, where every sound blends with the rhythms of nature to create a soothing symphony that gradually carries you away. Time dissolves into its fluid essence as your eyes grow heavier still, their slow closure accompanied by the soft whispering of memories carried on an almost imperceptible breeze. As your eyelids finally succumb to their relentless exhaustion, time dissolves into its fluid essence, becoming one with the soft whispering of memories carried on an almost imperceptible breeze that rustles through the leaves of the olive trees outside. The sun's warm rays, now a gentle caress rather than a fiery blaze, dance across your skin as you bask in their languid embrace. In this tranquil state, you find yourself transported to the realm of ancient Greece, where the gods and goddesses of Olympus once walked among mortals. You stroll through the agora, taking in the vibrant colors and lively chatter of the marketplace as people go about their daily lives. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the nearby ovens, mingling with the aroma of roasting olives and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. You pass by a group of young men engaged in a heated debate over the merits of various philosophical schools. Their animated discussion is punctuated by bursts of laughter and the occasional raised eyebrow as they attempt to outdo one another in their display of erudition. Nearby, an elderly woman tends to her vegetable garden, carefully pruning the leaves of her prized tomatoes while muttering to herself about the latest gossip from the nearby village. As you wander through this bustling scene, your attention is drawn to a small group huddled around a wooden table near the city gate. They are engaged in a heated game of katabos, their laughter and shouts mingling with the clinking of cups as they toss small discs at a target painted on a nearby wall. Among them stands Athena, goddess of wisdom, her piercing gray eyes shining with amusement as she expertly targets a particularly recalcitrant disc. Her long, curly brown hair is tied back in a loose knot, and her white tunic is cinched at the waist by a wide leather belt adorned with tiny golden bells that tinkle softly as she moves. Nearby, Zeus's son Apollo strums a gentle melody on his lyre, the soft music weaving itself into the fabric of conversation like a thread of silk through fine embroidery. His silver hair gleams in the fading light, and his piercing blue eyes sparkle with mirth as he watches Athena triumph over her opponents. As you observe this scene, it occurs to you that even among gods and goddesses, there must be moments when duties and responsibilities weigh heavily on their immortal shoulders. For them, too, time is a finite resource, to be allocated between the demands of ruling Olympus and the pursuit of leisure activities that bring joy and relaxation. You imagine Athena setting aside her katabos for an hour or two each day to indulge in her favorite pastime, weaving. Her fingers move deftly as she threads the yarn through the loom's intricate patterns, creating beautiful tapestries that reflect her deep understanding of mathematics and geometry. Meanwhile, Apollo might take a break from his musical performances to stroll through the nearby forest, observing the way sunlight filters through the trees' leaves and casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. He pauses to admire a particularly striking wildflower or two, using its intricate patterns as inspiration for new compositions. And Zeus, well, he's probably somewhere in the vicinity, keeping an eye on his kingdom from afar while attending to more pressing matters of state. His duties are many and varied, after all maintaining balance within the cosmos, ensuring the cycles of nature unfold as they should, and mediating disputes between the other gods. As you continue your stroll through ancient Greece, the light begins to fade, casting long shadows across the agora's stone paving. The air grows cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and the promise of a gentle rain that will soon bring life-giving water to the parched fields beyond the city walls. You notice how the gods and goddesses begin to stir, as if responding to some unseen signal. Athena gathers her belongings and heads off towards Mount Olympus, where she'll spend several hours studying ancient texts on philosophy and mathematics. Apollo stows his lyre in its case and makes for his own abode, a beautifully crafted wooden building adorned with vines and flowers that seem to grow directly out of the walls. As you watch them depart, it strikes you how remarkable their ability is to balance duty and leisure, an art they've mastered over millennia. They know when to attend to affairs of state and when to indulge in more pleasurable activities, always mindful of the delicate harmony within themselves and their world. In contrast, your own days often feel like a juggling act, with multiple responsibilities competing for attention at any given moment. You strive to prioritize tasks effectively, but the constant barrage of demands on your time can leave you feeling overwhelmed and drained. Perhaps it's worth taking a cue from these immortal gods, learning how they allocate their precious hours, and making space in our own lives for pursuits that bring us joy and relaxation. After all, as Athena might say with a wise smile, A well-balanced life is like a perfectly woven tapestry. One thread of duty must be complemented by another of leisure. As the evening deepens, the stars begin to twinkle above, casting their soft light upon the agora's stone paving. The air grows quieter now as people retire to their homes for rest and contemplation. You find yourself at a tranquil spot overlooking the city, where you can watch the sun dip slowly below the horizon. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of nearby olive trees, causing them to rustle softly in the fading light. With each passing moment, your eyelids grow heavier still, their slow closure accompanied by the soft whispering of memories carried on an almost imperceptible breeze that seems to carry you along with it, into a world where time itself is fluid and malleable. As you drift further into the realm of dreams, where time dissolves like mist evaporating under the warmth of a golden sun, your mind begins to wander back to a bygone era, one in which gods and goddesses walked among mortals, their lives intertwined with those they created. It is an age of mythic tales, whispered around campfires long after the flames have died down, when the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse of night. You find yourself standing amidst a lush forest, surrounded by trees that seem to stretch up towards the sky in slender silhouettes, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The air is alive with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy smell of damp soil, rich and fertile from the spring rains. As you breathe in deeply, your senses are transported back to a particular morning, one that begins like any other for Artemis, goddess of the hunt, moonlight, and childbirth. Your day starts before dawn breaks over the horizon, when the world is still shrouded in darkness, yet alive with anticipation. You walk alongside Artemis as she stirs from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to greet a new day. Her chambers are simple, adorned with minimal furnishings, a few fine tapestries woven by mortal hands, a collection of well-polished spears leaning against the walls like sentinels, and a beautiful lyre, its strings tuned softly in anticipation. Her hair is long and dark as the night sky, cascading down her back like a waterfall of shadows. She rises from bed with an ease that belies her divine strength, her movements fluid as she begins to prepare for another day on the hunt. You watch as she washes her face with cold water drawn from a nearby spring, feeling invigorated by its clarity. The room is filled with a faint scent of myrrh and rose petals, carried on the breeze through open windows that let in the night's chill but also allow for the fresh dawn air to enter. Artemis dresses quickly, donning a simple tunic made from the finest linen, and cinching it at her waist with a belt adorned with small bones that reflect her connection to the hunt. She steps out into the courtyard of her temple, where you follow closely behind as she takes in the surroundings. The sky is ablaze with hues of pink and orange, painting the clouds above like an artist's canvas. A few stars still twinkle in the blue expanse, remnants from a night that has given way to dawn. As Artemis walks towards her chariot, which awaits her at the temple entrance, you notice that she doesn't seem hurried or stressed despite the tasks ahead of her. Her pace is leisurely, reflecting a contentment with her daily routine and its rhythm. This isn't a day for grand deeds. It's one to reconnect with nature, perhaps hunt for dinner, or simply watch over those under her care. She greets her chariot's horses, magnificent creatures with coats as white as snow and eyes that shine like the stars on a clear night, with soft words of affection. They nuzzle her gently in response, their heads lowered to receive her touch. The air is filled with the sweet scent of fresh hay and leather from the animals' harnesses. Artemis steps into her chariot effortlessly, settling into its seat without any need for assistance. She picks up a small bow slung over one shoulder, adorned with intricate carvings that reflect her status as both huntress and goddess. With each movement, she's acutely aware of her body, not just in terms of physical prowess, but also the subtle balance between strength and subtlety required for her role. Her senses are heightened, attuned to the slightest sounds of nature. A chirping bird here, a rustling leaf there, or the distant call of another huntress. As you ride alongside Artemis through the lush forest trails that wind their way up mountainsides, over streams, and through valleys, you begin to appreciate the simplicity of her daily routine. It's not one of grand gestures, but rather of small actions, each day filled with 1,000 tiny moments of observation, connection, and harmony. She pauses occasionally to pick wildflowers for her mother, Leto, or to offer them in prayer at an ancient tree, its bark twisted by the seasons into gnarled patterns that seem almost like a language all their own. Artemis moves through this world with ease, as if born of it rather than ruling over it. In these quiet moments, surrounded by nature's beauty and the gentle sounds of life, you realize just how different her daily existence is from your own. While you may struggle to find meaning in your days, Artemis finds purpose not in grand feats but in balance, a delicate equilibrium between the huntress within her and the goddess above. As dawn deepens into morning, the world around you transforms once more. The sky lightens further, casting long shadows behind trees that seem almost alive with movement. A few wisps of cloud cling to mountain peaks like torn ribbons from a wedding veil, their undersides tinged pink by sunlight. Artemis steers her chariot through winding paths without need for guidance or even thought. It's as if she has memorized every twist and turn over countless years. You find yourself lost in the rhythm of her movements. The creaking of leather straps, the soft jingle of tiny bells on the horses' harnesses, and the steady beat of hooves against earth. This is a world where time stands still yet seems to move at an incredible pace, much like life itself. With each passing moment, your own eyelids grow heavier still, their slow closure accompanied by the soft whispering of memories carried on an almost imperceptible breeze that seems to carry you along with it, into a world where balance and harmony are not just ideals but aspects of daily existence. As Artemis pauses at the edge of a clearing, her chariot halted beneath a canopy of leaves that filter sunlight like stained glass, casting hues of green around them both, she turns towards you. Her eyes seem to hold a depth of wisdom earned from centuries of observing life's rhythms and patterns, yet they also hold a sense of peace. In this serene moment, surrounded by the soothing sounds of nature, it becomes clear that your journey with Artemis is not about grand adventures or heroic deeds, but about understanding what gives her strength. It's in these quiet moments, where she connects with the world around her, that you begin to comprehend the essence of her divine role. As dawn deepens further into morning and the sky lightens even more, your eyelids grow heavier still. The soft rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze becomes a lullaby, carrying you along towards realms where time itself dissolves into fluid moments, each one cherished for its own unique beauty. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is Artemis's smile, as she gazes out upon her world with gratitude. It's not a grand gesture, but a simple acknowledgement of the balance that exists within and around her, guiding her actions like an invisible thread through the tapestry of life. As she walked back to her quarters, the soft rustle of her sandaled feet on the stone floor echoed through the corridors of Mount Olympus's palace. The faint scent of ambrosia wafted from the nearby kitchen, where the palace chefs were preparing dinner for the gods and goddesses. Her stomach growled at the prospect of a meal soon to come, perhaps some roasted meats, steaming vegetables, or even those delightful little honey cakes that seemed to be her favorite weakness. She smiled to herself as she climbed the stairs, thinking about how odd it was that, despite being immortal, they all still managed to develop preferences and quirks like mortals. The palace staff meetings were always a highlight of her day, not because anything particularly exciting ever came up, but because it gave her an opportunity to catch up on gossip and share in the collective frustrations that seemed to plague even the gods. As she entered her quarters, she was greeted by the warm glow of candles flickering in the sconces. She dropped onto a nearby stool, running a hand through her hair as she began to unlace her sandals. The soft creaking of leather and the gentle groaning of wooden floorboards accompanied her as she settled into the quiet routine that would precede dinner. The sound of murmured conversations drifted from down the corridor, probably Zeus's latest decree or Poseidon's rant about some sea god nonsense. She closed her eyes, letting out a contented sigh as the warmth and scent of incense enveloped her. It was one of those moments where everything felt just right with the world. She thought back to this morning's staff meeting, the usual assortment of gods and goddesses, all trying to manage their respective domains while maintaining some semblance of order within the palace walls. Athena had been a bit testy about some issue with her owl scouts, while Ares grumbled about the lack of decent meat at the local butcher shops. Demeter had spent most of the meeting complaining about the state of the gardens, something to do with overgrown plants and neglectful gardeners. She shook her head as she recalled how the poor woman often got lost in her own world, forgetting that everyone else was already familiar with the intricacies of palace politics. The meetings themselves were a peculiar institution on Mount Olympus. They served no particular purpose other than providing an excuse for everyone to gather and socialize, sharing stories about their various domains, offering advice when requested or unsolicited, and generally enjoying one another's company in the quiet hours before dinner. Despite its somewhat aimless nature, she rather enjoyed these gatherings. There was something soothing about listening to Hephaestus's tales of his latest craftsmanship endeavors, or Aphrodite's gossip-filled accounts of her favorite mortal's romantic entanglements. She even found herself looking forward to Hermes's arrival each week, not just because he brought news from the mortal realm, but also for the way he seemed to light up a room with his irrepressible charm. The door creaked open behind her as one of the palace servants entered with a tray bearing an assortment of small dishes. Her stomach growled louder now that she knew food was imminent, perhaps some juicy meats or fresh vegetables, accompanied by those delicious little cakes she'd mentioned earlier. She turned to smile at the servant, who nodded politely and set down the tray before backing out into the corridor once more. The soft clinking of silverware against plates echoed through her quarters as she picked up a small dish, inhaling deeply, that enticing mix of herbs and spices wafting from the food always seemed to stir something within her. As she took her first bite, flavors exploded across her palate, a delicate balance of sweetness and savory notes. She closed her eyes, letting out a sigh of contentment as the taste transported her back to countless other meals shared with friends and family amidst the palace's bustling corridors. Time ticked on at its own pace within these walls, an ever-shifting tapestry woven from threads of divine presence, mortal intrigue, and mundane daily life. She took another bite, savoring each morsel as she drifted into a comfortable reverie, lost in the soothing rhythms of palace existence. Hours passed, or maybe just minutes. It was difficult to tell when time itself seemed so fluid on Mount Olympus. The soft glow from candles casting shadows across her quarters created an otherworldly atmosphere, almost like being enveloped by some mystical aura that only existed within these palace walls. She finished the last morsel of food, feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction wash over her as she pushed back from the table. Her stomach was content now, it seemed to take care of itself in such situations. She rose from the stool, padding softly across the floorboards toward her bed, which lay shrouded by an intricate canopy adorned with patterns that danced like fireflies under candlelight. The evening air outside carried a gentle breeze, bearing whispers of leaves rustling through olive trees below the palace walls. The soft creaking of branches and distant chirping provided a lulling background hum, reminding her that even in this divine realm, nature held sway over all, including those immortal residents who called it home. With each passing moment, fatigue began to creep into her limbs like autumnal shadows seeping across the palace grounds. She yawned quietly, feeling a subtle shift within herself as sleep's gentle allure beckoned. As she settled under the canopy of her bed, its intricate patterns seeming to sway gently in time with the breeze outside, the soft glow from candles cast long shadows across the room, an enchanted landscape born from flickering candlelight and whispered conversations carried on by palace staff. Her eyelids began their slow descent towards slumber, carrying her off into realms both real and imagined. As she slipped deeper into repose, Hestia's thoughts wandered to her daily routine, a symphony of mundane tasks that filled her days with purpose and comfort. You are standing in the grand hall of her palace, surrounded by the gentle glow of candles and the soft murmur of whispers from the other gods as they too prepare for their own slumber. The air is thick with the scent of roasting meats and freshly baked bread wafting from the kitchen, where Hestia's team of skilled cooks toil away. The clanging of pots and pans provides a soothing background hum, punctuated by the occasional shout or laughter as they work in harmony, their movements choreographed like a well-rehearsed dance. You follow Hestia through the winding corridors, your footsteps echoing off the marble floor as you make your way to the kitchen. The warm light spilling from within is a beacon of comfort on this chilly evening, beckoning you toward the cozy hub of activity that lies beyond. As you step inside, you're enveloped by the intoxicating aromas of slow-cooked stews and freshly baked pastries. Hestia stands at the center of it all, her eyes shining with pride as she oversees her team's efforts. Her long, dark hair is tied back in a neat bun, revealing the gentle lines etched into her face from years of smiling warmly toward those around her. A smudge of flour on her cheek hints at the chaos that lies beneath her composed exterior, for even Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, can't escape the occasional mishap. You watch as she expertly juggles a dozen tasks simultaneously, sampling the day's offerings, offering words of encouragement to the cooks, and occasionally swooping in to correct a minor mistake or two. The gods may have their epic battles and divine schemes, but Hestia knows that true power lies in the everyday, in the satisfaction of a perfectly roasted chicken, the comfort of a warm meal after a long day's work. As you stand there, immersed in this tranquil scene, the soft glow of candles casting flickering shadows on the walls, you begin to appreciate the simple beauty of Hestia's domain. The kitchen is her true sanctuary, a place where she can put aside the weighty responsibilities of being a goddess and simply be herself. You notice the way the light dances across her face as she smiles at one of the cooks, whose hands are stained with a particularly stubborn sauce. It's a small moment, easily overlooked by those who would rather focus on grand gestures or mighty deeds, but for Hestia, this quiet exchange is what truly matters. In this instant, you feel your own worries and cares begin to slip away, like the ebb of a tide receding from the shore. The evening wears on, the kitchen slowly emptying as one by one. The gods take their leave, each carrying with them a small morsel or token of appreciation for Hestia's tireless efforts. You watch as she packs up the remains of dinner, leftovers destined to become tomorrow's meals, carefully wrapped and stored away in her pantry. As you help her tidy the kitchen, your hands brushing against hers, you feel an odd sense of camaraderie with this goddess who has dedicated herself to the mundane arts of cooking and caregiving. It's a feeling that defies explanation. Perhaps it's simply the knowledge that even among gods, there exists a deep appreciation for the simple things in life. The last remnants of sunlight have long since faded from the windows as you continue your task together. The only light now comes from candles and lanterns, casting eerie shadows on the walls as the wind stirs outside, rustling through the palace's high ceilings like an invisible hand. You pause for a moment to watch Hestia as she gazes out into the darkness beyond her domain, lost in thought, perhaps reflecting on some distant memory or future plan. The soft whisper of the wind carries with it hints of far-off lands and forgotten myths, but you sense that these whispers hold little interest for Hestia tonight. Tonight is about routine, comfort, and the quiet joys of a life well lived. As she turns back to face you, her eyes sparkle in the dim light, warm and reassuring as they settle upon your own weary face. You realize that even among gods and goddesses, there exists room for simple pleasures, for finding solace in shared tasks, like polishing silverware or tasting fine wines. With a quiet contentment settling over both of you, Hestia's hands find yours once more, holding them firmly as she begins the gentle dance of clearing the kitchen. In this serene moment, as shadows deepen and candles flicker softly around you, it becomes clear that even in the midst of grand myths and legendary exploits, there is a quiet beauty to be found within the rhythms of everyday life. As the silence deepens, punctuated only by the occasional sigh or soft murmur from Hestia's team, now retired for the night, you sense your own eyelids beginning their slow descent toward slumber. Your thoughts drift through memories of the day just past, recalling fragments of conversation with other gods and goddesses as they gathered in the halls above. Memories merge into a hazy tapestry, visions of lush gardens where Poseidon once strolled hand in hand with Amphitrite, sunlight dancing across her ripples as she swam alongside him. The smell of salt water carried on the breeze from Athena's warships anchored offshore, and perhaps even glimpses of Artemis' lunar rituals, silvery light bathing the dark hills where wolves howl in distant harmony. These echoes fade into your own quiet world, a realm shared only with Hestia as you gently drift towards sleep. Your thoughts become cloudy and indistinct, like wisps of smoke rising from embers on a winter's night. In this state of suspended animation, you feel yourself merging seamlessly into the dreamscape that Hestia has created. You are now fully immersed within her subconscious, floating effortlessly among the realms she weaves so skillfully. Together with her, you'll navigate mythic landscapes and secret gardens hidden deep within Olympus' storied heart. But for now, as your breathing slows to match hers, it's enough simply to rest alongside Hestia in this kitchen sanctuary, where warmth and comfort have been distilled into an art form all their own. In the stillness that follows, you feel a weightlessness settle over both of you, free from cares or burdens. As stars begin to twinkle through the windows above, your eyes grow heavy with the promise of dreams yet to come. In this quiet space between wakefulness and slumber, Hestia's gentle hand wraps gently around yours once more. With an unspoken understanding that only a goddess like her could convey, she begins to guide you deeper into the realm of Morpheus' kingdom, where shadows will grow darker still but also softer. There lies no danger in these dreams, merely the possibility for shared exploration and rediscovery within Hestia's heart. As your last memories fade away with each passing moment, like ripples dissipating across a peaceful lake on a windless day, you find yourself lost once more in her domain of slumbering gods. You are surrounded by an endless expanse of soft, velvety darkness, like a warm blanket that envelops you completely. The air is heavy with the scent of blooming flowers and fresh earth, transporting you to a place far removed from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. As your last memories fade away with each passing moment, like ripples dissipating across a peaceful lake on a windless day, you find yourself lost once more in her domain of slumbering gods. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore is replaced by the soothing hum of distant chanting, a soft melody that seems to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. You wander through this mystical realm, your footsteps quiet on the lush grass that covers the ground like a thick carpet. The stars above twinkle with an otherworldly light, casting an ethereal glow over all around you. Every step reveals new wonders, towering trees with branches that seem to stretch up towards the heavens, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze, crystal clear streams that babble and chatter as they make their way through the landscape. As you wander deeper into this enchanted world, you begin to notice subtle changes in your surroundings. The air grows warmer, filled with an intoxicating aroma of roasting meats and freshly baked bread. Your stomach growls softly in response, reminding you that even here, in a realm dedicated to slumbering gods, hunger can be a persistent companion. You follow the scent towards a clearing, where you find yourself standing at the edge of a grand feast hall. The tables are laden with an astonishing array of delicacies: golden brown roasted meats, platters piled high with steaming vegetables, and pyramids of sweet pastries that seem to defy gravity by staying upright. Seated at the center of this banquet is King Cronus himself, surrounded by his retinue of Titan gods and goddesses. They are all engaged in lively conversation, their laughter and chatter mingling with the clinking of silverware on fine china. The atmosphere is convivial, yet you sense a subtle undercurrent, as if even these divine beings can't quite relax when gathered together. To one side of King Cronus sits his son Zeus, looking every inch the benevolent ruler that he is. His eyes are warm and kind, but there's something faintly restless about him, like a caged bird straining against its bars. Nearby, Poseidon broods quietly to himself, his gaze fixed on some point in the distance as if lost in thought. Rhea, mother of all these gods, sits at the far end of the table, her expression serene and watchful. She seems to be observing her children with a mixture of affection and concern, as one might tend a garden filled with rare flowers that require delicate care. As you observe this gathering, you begin to pick out individual conversations amidst the general hubbub. Athena is regaling an audience with tales of her latest exploits in the mortal world, battles won, wisdom gained, and cunning strategies employed. Hephaestus chuckles good-naturedly as he listens, his eyes shining with a quiet warmth. But not everyone seems entirely at ease. Tantalizing scents waft from the kitchen, roasting meats that promise untold delights, yet you notice that several of the gods appear to be avoiding certain dishes altogether. You begin to sense a subtle undercurrent. There's something amiss here, some unseen tension beneath the surface. King Cronus rises from his seat, his movements fluid and commanding as he surveys the gathering before him. His voice booms out across the room, warm but firm, like a gentle breeze rustling leaves on an autumn day. My dear children, he begins, I have called this feast to celebrate our continued blessings in the mortal realm. Theirs is a world of endless change and uncertainty, yet we remain steadfast as ever guardians of order and wisdom. Zeus nods thoughtfully, his expression solemn for once. Poseidon's gaze remains fixed on some distant point, but Rhea's eyes flicker towards her son with interest. As your host, Cronus continues, I am pleased to offer a special dish in honor of our gathering, something I have commissioned from the finest chefs in Olympus. The kitchen doors swing open, and out comes Hephaestus himself, bearing an enormous platter adorned with steaming meats. The aroma wafts through the room like a promise. Roasted lamb on skewers, dripping honey-glazed ham, delicate pastry pockets filled with spiced apples. Your stomach growls in anticipation as you watch this grand feast unfold before your eyes. But something nags at the back of your mind, an intimation that even this bounty may be tinged by some unforeseen consequence. The gods and goddesses begin to serve themselves from the platters, their laughter and chatter mingling with the clinking of silverware on fine china. The air is filled with joyous noise, but you sense a subtle undercurrent, as if each guest has brought his or her own unique brand of madness to this gathering. You wander closer to King Cronus's table, trying not to draw attention to yourself as you navigate the crowded room. Your senses are overwhelmed by the sights and scents around you. Every dish seems to promise some new delight, yet your stomach is filled with an uneasy sense that something may go awry. Yet even in this realm of slumbering gods, where mortal cares seem far removed from everyday concerns, the mundane details still hold sway. Even here, at a banquet attended by divine beings, you can't help but be aware of the peculiarities and absurdities that govern human, and perhaps not so human life. As the feast wears on with its endless parade of delicacies and laughter-filled conversations, your thoughts grow hazy, like ripples spreading out across a quiet pond. You feel yourself becoming lost once more in this domain of slumbering gods. As you feel yourself becoming lost once more in this domain of slumbering gods, The gentle hum of the world around you grows softer still. The rustle of leaves outside your window, the creaks and groans of the old wooden frame, all blend into a soothing melody that carries you further away from wakefulness. You recall the tale of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to humanity. But as you drift deeper into slumber, his story becomes a distant memory, replaced by the familiar sensations of your own body relaxing. The weight of your head sinking into the pillow, the softness of the blanket wrapping around you like a warm cloud. The room grows darker, the shadows cast by the moonlight creeping across the walls as if trying to claim them for their own. The air cools slightly, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of new life. You breathe deeply, feeling your chest expand and contract in time with the gentle breeze outside. In this peaceful state, you are reminded of a mortal king who once befriended the god Apollo. He was a just ruler, loved by his people for his fairness and wisdom. But as he grew older, his decisions became less wise, and he began to favor his own interests over those of his people. This led him to make a grave mistake, offending a powerful mortal ally. The king, in an attempt to expand his kingdom's borders, sought the aid of a neighboring lord who was known for his bravery on the battlefield. However, the lord had recently suffered a personal loss and was not yet ready to engage in conflict again. The king, unaware of these circumstances, pressed the lord repeatedly for military support. The lord, feeling disrespected by the king's persistence, eventually relented, but with conditions that would prove costly to the kingdom. He agreed to send his troops, but only if the king would provide him with a share of their spoils and allow his daughter to marry one of the king's sons. The king, blinded by ambition, accepted these terms without hesitation. As you continue to drift through your slumber, you begin to understand the gravity of this mistake. Offending a powerful mortal ally is never wise, for it can lead to unforeseen consequences that affect not just individuals but entire communities. The king's actions would eventually come back to haunt him, as his kingdom was plagued by internal strife and external threats. The room around you grows quieter still, the shadows deepening into dark pools of silence. You feel your eyelids growing heavy once more, but this time it is not just sleep that beckons. It is also a sense of calm resignation. The weight of the world's problems seems to rest on your shoulders for a moment, and then you let out a gentle sigh as they slide back into place. The memory of the king's mistake lingers in your mind like a whispered secret, but its significance fades with each passing breath. You begin to focus instead on the sensation of your body relaxing further, the muscles releasing their tension, the joints unwinding from their compacted state. Your breathing slows, and you start to feel yourself sinking deeper into slumber. As you surrender to the darkness, the tales of old Greece become a distant hum in the background, no longer holding your attention but still present enough to provide comfort and companionship on this journey through the realm of dreams. You are now lost once more among the mythological gods, their stories woven together with those of mortal kings like threads in an intricate tapestry. The softness of the bed envelops you, a warm cocoon that cradles your body as it slides further into sleep. Your thoughts grow disjointed and unfocused, drifting on the gentle currents of your subconscious like leaves carried by a lazy river. The room remains quiet, except for the occasional creak or groan from the old wooden frame. Sounds so familiar they've become part of the symphony that accompanies you through this realm. The memory of Prometheus stealing fire still lingers in some corner of your mind, but it is no longer a burning flame. Instead, it has transformed into a soft glow, providing just enough light to guide you through these dark waters. Your breathing slows even further, becoming almost imperceptible as the world around you dissolves into shadows and silence. In this peaceful state, where the boundaries between reality and myth blur, you find yourself recalling another tale, one of the Titan gods who ruled over the universe during its early days. They were a mighty pantheon, governing the earth, sea, sky, and underworld with an iron fist. Their stories are woven into the fabric of this dream realm, like intricate embroidery on ancient tapestries. The god Poseidon, lord of the seas, comes to mind, his power so great that even Zeus, king of the gods, feared him. His domain was vast, covering not just the oceans but also earthquakes and horses. He was a master builder and creator in every sense of the word. Yet despite his incredible abilities, Poseidon struggled with his own emotions, often letting them guide his actions rather than reason. As you continue to drift through this realm of slumber, you see glimpses of other gods. Athena's wisdom shining like a beacon, Ares' ferocity blazing in battle, and Aphrodite's gentle touch bringing love into the world. Each one plays their part in shaping the universe, but it is Poseidon who stands out as an example to mortals, a reminder that even among the most powerful of beings, emotions can be both a blessing and a curse. The room remains quiet and still, only occasionally breaking into gentle sighs or creaks from the old wooden frame. Your breathing has slowed almost imperceptibly, your body relaxed beyond what seemed possible just moments before. The darkness around you seems to grow more profound, yet somehow it feels safe, like being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cold winter night. As you continue down this winding path through the realm of dreams, memories and stories from ancient Greece blend together with those of mortals who have walked the earth throughout history. You start to see patterns emerge, common themes that transcend time and culture: ambition, friendship, power, love, and regret. The tales of old Greece flow like a river past your mind's eye, their significance growing clearer as you surrender further to sleep. They become not just stories but lessons from the gods themselves, imparting wisdom on how to navigate life's complexities with compassion and understanding. And so, in this peaceful state where dreams blend seamlessly into reality, you are reminded of a powerful truth. Even when we act out of ignorance or haste, our actions can have far-reaching consequences that impact not just ourselves but others. The king who offended his mortal ally may seem like a distant figure now, but the lessons he learned about respect, empathy, and humility remain relevant to this very moment. As you drift further into slumber, these words become less important than the sensation of your body relaxing even more deeply, muscles unwinding, joints releasing their tension. The darkness around you is like a warm bath that envelops you completely, soothing away all worries and cares as if they never existed at all. In this realm where myth and reality blend together, memories from ancient Greece remain present but fade into the background, allowing new thoughts to emerge. Simple observations about life's tiny triumphs and defeats, reflections on how even in our darkest moments, there is always room for growth. Your breathing has slowed almost imperceptibly now, your body sinking deeper into sleep like a stone settling at the bottom of a still pond. And so you continue on this journey through the realm of dreams, accompanied by the soft whispers of ancient tales and the soothing melodies of the world around you. The darkness grows more profound, yet somehow it feels safe, like being wrapped in an old blanket that has been worn smooth over generations. In this peaceful state where worries fade into nothingness, your thoughts grow cloudy but retain a hint of clarity, as if seen through the soft focus of a camera lens on a summer's day. The stories from ancient Greece continue to flow past your mind's eye like water, imparting wisdom and guidance that is both practical and comforting. As you surrender further to sleep, it becomes clear that even in the midst of great power struggles between gods and mortals alike, as fierce as the battles fought by Ares or Poseidon's wrath, there lies a deeper truth. Compassion, empathy, and understanding are not just human virtues but divine ones as well. As you drift deeper into slumber, the world of ancient Greece unfolds like a tapestry woven with threads of myth and reality. In this realm, even the mighty titans, rulers of the cosmos, are not immune to the mundane struggles of daily life. You find yourself in the grand palace of Atlas, one of the 12 Olympians, standing amidst the bustling halls where gods and mortals alike come to seek his counsel. The air is thick with the scent of olives and fresh bread wafting from the nearby kitchens, as well as the faint tang of cedarwood incense burning on the altars. As Atlas navigates the complexities of ruling the heavens, he must also contend with the intricacies of his own household. His wife, Pleione, a Titaness renowned for her wisdom and kindness, stands at the center of their domestic sphere. Her presence is as soothing as a summer breeze on a warm afternoon, gentle, calming, and full of quiet strength. You watch as Atlas approaches Pleione in the palace courtyard, where she is tending to a small herb garden filled with fragrant herbs like thyme, rosemary, and oregano. The sun casts dappled shadows across her face as she works, her hands moving deftly among the plants as if coaxing life from their very roots. "Ah, dear Atlas," she says, her voice a melodious blend of song and poetry, "I have prepared your favorite dish for dinner, slow-cooked lamb with roasted root vegetables. The slaves will bring it to you shortly." Atlas smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he bends down beside her to examine the plants more closely. "Thank you, my love," he says, running a thumb over a particularly delicate sprig of rosemary. "You always know how to soothe my soul with your cooking and your gentle touch." Pleone's eyes sparkle like stars on a clear night as she rises from her crouched position, brushing off the hem of her gown. "It is but a small thing," she says, smiling up at Atlas, "compared to the weight of governing the universe." As you observe this tender exchange between two powerful titans, their words and actions reveal the depth of their connection, a bond forged from shared responsibilities, mutual respect, and deep affection. You are now walking alongside Pleone as she makes her way through the palace corridors, pausing at various stations where artisans and craftsmen work on various projects. She inspects each one with a keen eye for detail, offering words of encouragement or constructive criticism as needed. In the grand throne room, you see Atlas seated behind his massive stone chair, listening intently to a young mortal who has come seeking guidance. The boy's words are laced with worry and uncertainty, but Atlas listens attentively, his expression empathetic and non-judgmental. As Pleone approaches the scene, she leans in close to whisper something in Atlas's ear. His response is a gentle nod, followed by a soft smile as he turns back to the young mortal. Remember, he says softly, your path may twist and turn like the rivers of Greece, but it will lead you where you need to go. You continue your stroll with Pleon through the palace gardens, pausing at the banks of a serene fountain that burbles gently in the background. The air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers, jasmine, honeysuckle, and roses, their fragrance mingling with the sweet aroma of fresh bread wafting from the nearby ovens. As you sit beside Pleon on a bench overlooking this tranquil scene, she places a gentle hand on your arm. You see, Atlas's duties as ruler of the heavens are many, she says softly, her voice weaving in and out of the soothing sounds around them. But even he knows that compassion, empathy, and understanding must be his guiding principles. As Pleon speaks these words, you feel a sense of calm wash over you, a reminder that even among the mighty gods, there lies a deeper truth. The power to inspire, heal, and guide others is not just reserved for those with divine authority. The sound of soft chanting drifts through the gardens, carried on the breeze from a nearby temple dedicated to Artemis. The moon has begun its ascent in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the palace grounds as night falls softly. As you sit there amidst this peaceful scene, Pleon's words continue to resonate within your heart. Compassion, empathy, and understanding, these are not just human virtues but divine ones as well. The sound of soft, rustling fabric catches your attention. You turn to see Atlas approaching with a gentle smile on his face, holding out a small, intricately woven basket filled with freshly baked bread and sweet pastries. Join us for dinner, he says softly, and let the evening's peace wash over you. As you rise from your seat alongside Pleon, the night air envelops you like a soft blanket, warm, comforting, and full of promise. The palace gardens stretch out before you like an endless sea of tranquility, illuminated by the gentle light of the rising moon. The sound of distant laughter carries on the breeze as mortals and gods alike gather for dinner in the grand hall. You take your place at a nearby table, surrounded by the soothing sense of cooking food and fresh bread, a sensory feast that rivals any mythic banquet. As you lift a warm pastry to your lips, Pleon leans over to whisper something in Atlas's ear once more. This time, her words are lost in the gentle murmur of conversation around them, but their love shines brightly like a beacon in the evening light. In this serene moment, as night descends upon ancient Greece and its mythical inhabitants, you feel your own heart grow lighter, filled with a sense of peace that pervades every aspect of life. As night descends upon ancient Greece and its mythical inhabitants, you feel your own heart grow lighter, filled with a sense of peace that pervades every aspect of life. The world has slowed down, and the sounds of the day have given way to an expectant hush. In this tranquil atmosphere, even the gods and goddesses retreat from their grandeur, donning more subdued attire as they begin their evening routines. You imagine yourself standing in the midst of a lush olive grove, surrounded by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft hum of crickets. The air is warm with the scent of ripening olives, carried on the breeze that whispers through the trees. As you breathe deeply, the fragrance fills your senses, transporting you to a place where time stands still. In this idyllic setting, Athena, goddess of wisdom, strolls towards her nearby temple, her sandals making soft crunching sounds in the dry earth. She wears a simple yet elegant tunic, cinched at the waist with a leather belt adorned with tiny bronze pins. Her long hair is tied back in a neat braid, and she carries a small basket filled with fresh herbs from her garden. As you watch Athena approach the temple, you notice that its entrance is flanked by two massive stone statues of lions, their eyes gazing calmly into the distance. The gates are adorned with intricate carvings depicting various scenes from mythology, some showing great battles between gods and monsters, while others depict peaceful moments of divine intervention. As she enters her temple, Athena begins to prepare for dinner, carefully selecting a few choice items from the basket at her feet. She takes out a handful of fragrant thyme, which she adds to a simmering pot on the hearth. The aroma wafts through the air, mingling with the scent of roasting meat carried by the evening breeze. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zeus, king of the gods, sits on his throne-like chair, surrounded by the opulent furnishings of his palace. He wears a regal cloak draped over one shoulder, and his iconic lightning bolt is nowhere to be seen. Instead, he's occupied with more mundane matters. Zeus rummages through a nearby chest, searching for something lost amidst the pile of soft linens and fine silks. His hands are stained with yesterday's wine, and his eyes squint slightly as he tries to focus on the task at hand. He mutters under his breath about forgetting where he put it. This time, not even his divine memory can help him. As you follow Zeus's search, you notice that the palace is bathed in a warm golden light, which seems almost otherworldly in its softness. The flickering torches on the walls cast shadows that dance across the floor like dark wisps of smoke. In this comforting glow, even the king of gods appears more mortal, his brow furrowed with worry as he ponders where to find the missing item. Eventually, Zeus discovers what he's looking for, a delicate silver comb tangled in a heap of luxurious fabrics. He gently frees it and begins to carefully detangle its intricate design. The sound of soft metal against stone creates a soothing melody that echoes through the palace, an almost peaceful interlude between epic battles and divine decrees. As you watch Zeus tend to his lost comb, you notice the subtle soundscape around him. The distant hum of conversation from the throne room where other gods have gathered for dinner, the clinking of fine china on a nearby table as Hephaestus, god of fire, expertly serves wine and delicacies, and most faintly of all, the gentle lapping of waves against the palace walls carried by the night breeze. These sounds blend together in harmony with Zeus's soft muttering to create an atmosphere both serene and regal. You feel as though you're witnessing a private moment from behind the grand facade of Olympus, one that reveals even the gods have moments when they must cope with everyday life. In another part of the city, Hera, queen of the gods, sits in her chambers, engaged in the most mundane task imaginable, sewing. She works on an intricate tapestry depicting scenes from mythology, using threads of gold and silver to create a majestic landscape that rivals any divine artistry. As you watch Hera sew, you notice the way she carefully considers each stitch, making sure it's perfectly aligned with its neighbor. Her hands move deftly over the fabric, weaving together patterns that shimmer like moonlight on water. The soft clinking of her needles and threads creates a soothing melody, almost hypnotic in its steadiness. Hera pauses occasionally to survey her work, gently patting the tapestry as though it were a living creature. She adds more thread here, adjusts a pattern there, working tirelessly until she achieves the desired effect. The result is breathtaking, an exquisite weaving that seems alive with movement and life, much like the divine beings who inspired its creation. As you continue to observe Hera's work, you begin to feel your own hands grow still, as though they too were sewing into a fabric of tranquility. You start to notice how the soft glow from nearby torches casts shadows on the walls that resemble the folds in Hera's tapestry, an intricate dance between light and darkness. This peaceful atmosphere extends throughout ancient Greece, even reaching out beyond its mythical boundaries. As night deepens and stars twinkle overhead, the world slows down further still. Even the most turbulent of souls begin to find solace in this lulling rhythm, their dreams filled with visions of serene landscapes and quiet moments spent among friends. You breathe deeply once more, letting the tranquility seep into your very being. Your eyelids grow heavy as you imagine yourself walking through these ancient streets, taking in every detail. The soft rustling of leaves, the aroma of roasting meats carried on the breeze, the faint sound of sewing from Hera's chambers, each sensation drawing you gently deeper into the heart of this mythic world. In time, your footsteps fade away, replaced by a soothing silence. The stars above grow brighter as night deepens further still, casting their gentle light upon ancient Greece and its inhabitants. As all becomes quiet, even the gods retreat to their temples and palaces, each one returning to more mundane concerns, dinner plans, lost items, or delicate crafts. As you stand amidst this peaceful scene, wrapped in an aura of serenity that permeates every aspect of life, your own heart grows lighter still, filled with a sense of calm that only comes from being surrounded by the beauty and quiet of ancient Greece. As you stand amidst this peaceful scene, wrapped in an aura of serenity that permeates every aspect of life, your own heart grows lighter still, filled with a sense of calm that only comes from being surrounded by the beauty and quiet of ancient Greece. The warm sunlight casts a gentle glow on the tiles beneath your feet, warming them to a comfortable temperature, much like the warmth of a crackling fire on a chilly evening. You find yourself standing in the midst of an olive grove, the scent of fresh olives wafting through the air as you breathe in deeply. The rustle of leaves and the soft creaks of ancient trees provide a soothing background melody that seems to lull even time itself into a gentle slumber. Ahead of you, the majestic figure of Poseidon stands tall, his broad shoulders and powerful stance radiating an aura of tranquility. As he gazes out towards the distant horizon, where sea meets sky in a shimmering expanse of blue, you notice that he carries no visible burden, not even the mighty trident that once wielded such power over the oceans. It seems, for now, his duties have been temporarily set aside, allowing him to indulge in a simple pleasure watching the world go by. You recall the many stories told about Poseidon's love of leisure activities, how he would often spend hours playing lyre music on sunny days or engaging in spirited games with his fellow gods. His fondness for relaxation was said to be contagious, bringing peace and tranquility to those around him. You imagine that even now, as you stand before him, the gentle vibrations from his lyre's strings must still resonate through the air. As your gaze wanders across Poseidon's tranquil form, it settles on a nearby stone bench where Athena sits quietly, lost in thought. Her piercing eyes seem to hold 1,000 midnights within their depths, yet for now they are soft and contemplative as she gazes out upon the serene landscape before her. The stillness around her is almost palpable. No hint of war drums or battle cries mars this tranquil scene. Her robes, woven from the finest wool, rustle softly in the breeze, releasing a subtle scent that blends with the surrounding olive grove's fragrance to create an intoxicating bouquet that fills your senses. You can almost smell the richness of the earth itself as her presence infuses the air. Her hands rest on her lap, fingers gently intertwined, not quite holding anything, yet somehow still embracing it with quiet contentment. To one side stands Apollo, his radiance casting a warm light upon Athena's tranquil form. His lyre rests against a nearby olive trunk, its curves gleaming in the fading sunlight as if reflecting an inner glow that seems almost otherworldly. As you observe him, he begins to strum a gentle melody, soft and soothing, with each note resonating through your entire being like a comforting sigh. The sweet music carries on the breeze, mingling with Athena's peaceful thoughts until they blend into one seamless tapestry of serenity. You sense that Apollo is also aware of this symphony, its harmonies weaving together threads of happiness, contentment, and release. In this serene setting, it seems as though even time itself becomes a fluid thing, soft and malleable. As you continue to bask in the warmth of this tranquil scene, your own worries seem to fade with each passing moment. The world beyond these ancient walls appears to recede into the distance, leaving only the soothing sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the creaking of trees, and Apollo's lyre music. In the midst of such serenity, even Poseidon seems at peace, his powerful presence softened by a hint of relaxation. His eyes remain fixed on some distant point over the horizon, yet now they appear less intense, almost contemplative. The stillness surrounding him has grown almost palpable as he stands there, lost in his own thoughts. You begin to sense that even these mighty gods and goddesses sometimes require time away from their duties. They must set aside their divine burdens and take moments for themselves, not unlike mortals who also need breaks amidst life's hectic pace. Perhaps, just like us, they too crave the simple pleasures, watching a sunset, playing music, or simply being still. As you stand there with Poseidon, Athena, and Apollo, it becomes clear that finding balance in life is crucial, balancing leisure activities with official duties. It means setting aside time for oneself to recharge, rejuvenate, and reconnect with one's passions. Neglecting this aspect of life can lead to stagnation, while allowing it room to breathe fosters growth. Athena rises from her stone bench now, her movements fluid as she stretches out a hand towards Apollo's lyre. The musician pauses mid-strum, his eyes shining with delight at the request. Together, they begin an enchanting duet, Athena playing an accompaniment on her own instrument, which seems to materialize in her hands, while Apollo weaves melodies that dance through the air like wisps of cloud. Their music fills your heart with a deep sense of longing for such moments of peace and companionship. As you listen, Poseidon's gaze drifts back towards the horizon, his intense scrutiny softening into something almost indulgent. His powerful form appears to relax further still, as he seems to let go of some unspoken burden. The music continues on, an unforgettable blend of divine sounds that transport your spirit to realms beyond mortal comprehension. You find yourself carried along by their harmonies, feeling the gentle breeze rustle through your hair if you had any, and carrying the sweet scent of olives into your heart. In this timeless scene, it's as if all worries have dissolved, leaving only a deep, abiding peace that seems almost tangible. The world beyond these ancient walls still exists, yet its demands recede into the distance as you bask in this serenity. Your breathing slows further now, becoming synchronized with Apollo and Athena's duet. Time itself becomes fluid, allowing each note to resonate within your being like an eternal sigh of release, leaving nothing behind but a profound sense of contentment that fills every corner of your heart. As the last notes fade into silence, Poseidon gently turns towards you, his eyes softening further still as he speaks in a voice barely above a whisper. Life's balance lies not only in duty, but also in taking time for oneself, cherishing moments like these amidst life's journey. His words blend with Athena and Apollo's harmonies, lingering within your being long after the music has ceased. In this peaceful moment, you realize that even divinity finds solace in simple pleasures, watching sunsets, playing lyre music, or simply standing still. And so, as night descends over ancient Greece, bringing shadows to dance across these serene surroundings, you find yourself nestled within a world where leisure and duty blend seamlessly into one another. As night descends over ancient Greece, bringing shadows to dance across these serene surroundings, you find yourself nestled within a world where leisure and duty blend seamlessly into one another. The warm glow of torches flickers softly, casting a gentle ambience upon the tranquil scene. You are standing amidst a lush garden, surrounded by the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soothing chirping of crickets. In this idyllic setting, you notice an elderly gardener tending to the ambrosia trees. The tender shoots burst with vibrant greenery, their delicate leaves rustling in the evening breeze. As the gardener gently prunes a particularly robust branch, he pauses for a moment to take in the beauty of his surroundings. You can almost sense his quiet satisfaction, as if the world has finally slowed down enough for him to appreciate its simple joys. As you watch this tranquil scene unfold, your thoughts begin to wander to your own ambrosia fruit supply. Managing these precious trees is no easy task, and with the gods' love of indulging in their sweet nectar, it's a wonder there's ever any left over for mortals like yourself. The ambrosial saplings are notoriously finicky, requiring meticulous care and an unwavering commitment to tradition. You remember a snippet from your conversation with the Titan god of agriculture, Cronos' own son, Phanes, who shared some sage advice on cultivating ambrosia trees in harmony with the changing seasons. A good gardener must anticipate the whims of the gods as much as they do those of their crops. This wise counsel resonates within you, reminding you to adapt and adjust your daily routine according to the shifting patterns of nature. Your mind meanders through the bustling marketplaces where ambrosia fruits are sold, their vibrant colors drawing in crowds of mortals eager for a taste of divine sustenance. You recall the tantalizing aroma wafting from nearby stalls, carrying with it whispers of exotic spices and the sweet scent of ripening fruit. The garden's tranquility begins to lull you into a state of relaxation, your thoughts settling upon the simple pleasures in life. Savoring a ripe ambrosia on a warm summer day or watching children frolic through fields of wheat swaying gently in the breeze. These gentle moments, unassuming and fleeting as they are, offer a soothing balm for the soul. As you drift further into this peaceful reverie, your gaze falls upon an elderly priestess who has wandered into the garden, her long white robes flowing behind her like a river of moonlight. Her eyes seem to be drawn towards something in the distance, perhaps the distant hum of a lyre or the faint scent of incense carried on the evening wind. The air is heavy with anticipation as she begins to move slowly through the garden, leaving behind a trail of quiet reverence. The gardener's tools lie forgotten amidst his work, and even the trees themselves seem to have stilled their leaves in deference to her passing. Your footsteps become lighter, your breathing slower. You're beginning to sense that this priestess is about to embark upon some sacred ritual, one where she'll connect with forces both mystical and ancient. The warm glow of torches casts an ethereal light on the garden path as the priestess moves toward a secluded arbor. The leaves above her seem to rustle in response to some unheard call, their soft whispers carried away by the evening breeze. You follow behind, your heart beating at a slow and measured pace. You are now standing beside this tranquil arbor, surrounded by an air of sacred expectation. A nearby urn overflows with delicate, star-shaped flowers that seem to embody the essence of ambrosia itself, their fragrance a gentle reminder of life's beauty and fragility. The priestess has reached out for one such bloom, her fingers weaving through its petals as if in silent conversation. Her eyes close, letting go of all worldly cares, and she begins to hum an ancient melody that seems woven from the very fabric of time itself. This lullaby stirs something deep within you, memories long buried begin to resurface, each one carrying with it a fragment of peace and harmony. In this serene setting, where even the trees seem content in their stillness, your mind starts to unravel its more pressing concerns about ambrosia supply management or other mundane tasks that often weigh upon your shoulders. It's as if you're finally letting go, embracing an evening spent free from worries of growth and harvest. With a gentle nod, the priestess begins her sacred dance amidst this tranquil arbor. Her steps seem to mirror those of ancient rituals, echoing through time in harmony with each passing leaf rustling above. The wind carries whispers of forgotten knowledge on its breeze, as if sharing secrets that have been hidden from mortal ears for centuries. In this timeless moment, when all seems right with the world and even the shadows appear content, you feel your eyelids growing heavy. Your breathing becomes slower still, and the sounds around you grow quieter until they blend into an undisturbed silence. The garden's creatures have long since settled in for their own slumber, entrusting the watchful night to take care of any lingering worries or dangers that might arise under its cover. The stars above are beginning to twinkle like a canopy of diamonds against the dark blue sky, shining softly, as if reassuring you and this tranquil scene that all will be well come morning. As one final ambrosia flower closes in, its delicate petals folding inward in anticipation of new life, your own eyelids shut with it. Your thoughts still wander through memories of peaceful afternoons spent amidst these serene surroundings, moments which have now become woven into the tapestry of dreams themselves. The silence becomes complete as you slip further into slumber's gentle folds, cradled by this ancient world where duty and leisure blend in perfect harmony. The garden remains unchanged outside your sleeping form, yet within its quiet depths, something new has begun to grow, a sense of peace that will guide you through the trials ahead. And so, with one last soft breath released into this stillness, you surrender yourself completely to slumber's soothing grasp, carried away by the dreams woven from these serene surroundings and their enduring beauty. As you drift deeper into slumber's gentle hold, your breath slows to a barely perceptible whisper, and with each exhalation, your eyelids grow heavier, releasing the tension of another day well lived among the Titan gods and goddesses. In the stillness that follows, your mind begins to wander back to the mundane routines of life in Olympus. The memory of a particular task tickles at the edges of your consciousness, packing for a day trip to a nearby mortal village, one where you had planned to visit friends or acquire some rare goods from their markets. You remember standing before an open chest, surrounded by soft golden light that filtered through the high windows of your quarters. The air was alive with the scent of freshly laundered robes and baking bread wafting from the nearby kitchens. You breathed in deeply, feeling the gentle warmth on your skin as you began to prepare for the journey ahead. Your hands moved with a practiced ease, carefully selecting items from the chest's contents. A woven basket for carrying goods, a water flask adorned with intricate silver filigree, and a small pouch of dried fruit and nuts for snacking along the way. The soft clinking of the metal containers against each other as you packed created a soothing melody that accompanied your thoughts. You paused for a moment to adjust the straps on your sandals, ensuring they fit comfortably around your ankles before cinching them tight with a satisfying click. Your feet felt a little restless at first, but once settled into their familiar hold, you were ready to move. The memory of your outfit comes back to you, a lightweight tunic made from woven linen, its soft folds rustling against your skin as you moved. Over this, you wore an intricately embroidered cloak with patterns that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. Your hair was tied back in a simple knot, revealing a smattering of freckles across the bridge of your nose. As you continued to pack, you couldn't help but think about what lay ahead. The village's bustling markets were renowned for their exotic wares and colorful stalls, all vying for attention amidst the sounds of merchants hawking their goods in rich, melodious tones. You had heard tell of a certain artisan who specialized in crafting beautiful bronze figurines, each one intricately detailed with scenes from ancient myth. Your thoughts turned to your friends' villas on the outskirts of town, elegant structures made from sturdy stone and covered in vines that climbed up their walls like nature's own adornment. You recalled sharing meals under the shade of a sprawling olive tree, watching as children chased each other around its trunk with laughter echoing through the warm air. With one last check to ensure everything was secure within your pack, you closed the chest lid softly and rose from your chair. The quiet solitude enveloped you once more, but now it seemed richer, like a gentle shroud that wrapped around your shoulders as you moved towards the door. Your footsteps carried you through the corridors of Olympus, passing by the soft glow emanating from torches set into the walls at regular intervals. These illuminated intricate patterns etched into the stonework, depictions of gods and goddesses, along with scenes from mythological tales that had been passed down through generations. You made your way towards the central courtyard where other titans were gathered, some chatting quietly among themselves while others sat cross-legged on the stone pavement, engaged in a heated game of knucklebones. The sound of laughter drifted across the space as friends caught up with each other over coffee cups that seemed to glow softly from within. Your own departure was met with warm smiles and gentle farewells. A friendly gesture towards you carried the scent of roasting chestnuts through the air, a small token left behind in appreciation for your visit ahead. You smiled, knowing that similar offerings would be waiting for their return, each one imbued with love and thoughtfulness. As you stepped out into the open courtyard's bright sunlight, its warmth enveloped you like an old friend's caress. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees nearby, carrying whispers of conversations long past, faint echoes from the world beyond Olympus' serene realm. With your pack settled comfortably on your shoulders, you began to move towards the main gates that led out into the wider world below. Your feet made soft, crunching sounds in the gravel path beneath as you walked toward the promise of adventure and discovery waiting for those who ventured forth into the unknown. The sky above seemed a brilliant blue, a canvas painted with wispy clouds that drifted lazily across its surface like gentle brushstrokes. You felt your breathing slow to match the rhythm of this peaceful scene, allowing yourself to become one with the stillness as it wrapped around you like a cloak. Your thoughts continued their meandering path through memories and daydreams, lost in the soft haze that surrounded every waking moment spent among these Titan gods and goddesses. You moved closer to the gates now, feeling an almost imperceptible sense of anticipation building within you, even as your body relaxed further into the present's gentle flow. The ironwork on the gate creaked softly in response to the opening mechanism, a small sound that seemed almost out of place against the stillness surrounding it. You slipped through the gates and began walking along the winding path down towards the mortal village below, carried by an unspoken expectation for what lay ahead. Perhaps new discoveries or encounters with people whose stories would enrich your own. As you descended into this verdant realm, a gentle rustling sound announced your approach, leaves and vines responding to your footsteps as if welcoming you back. Every step took you further from the serene tranquility of Olympus, but also drew closer to the heartbeats that beat in harmony with its rhythm. For amidst all the mythical tales woven within these walls, there existed something more tangible yet, a shared sense of belonging among those who called this realm their home. Your thoughts continue drifting downward as your pace slows, lost in contemplation. As you stand on the marble balcony of your palace, surrounded by the tranquil night air and the soft glow of luminescent torches, your thoughts continue drifting downward as your pace slows, lost in contemplation. The city below stretches out like a dark tapestry, its sounds muffled to a gentle hum that carries no sharp edges or jarring notes. You breathe deeply, feeling the cool evening breeze fill your lungs with the scent of blooming flowers and fresh-cut herbs from the palace gardens. Your fingers brush against the delicate patterns etched into the railing as you lean forward, gazing out at the constellations beginning to twinkle above. The palace, a labyrinthine complex of corridors, chambers, and courtyards, has been your home for centuries. Its ancient stones have seen empires rise and fall, its halls echoing with laughter, tears, and whispered secrets shared among those who walk within its walls. You've lived through countless seasons, each one etching its mark on the palace's intricate narrative. As you ponder life as an immortal, a gentle breeze stirs your long silver hair, carrying wisps of sandalwood incense from the nearby shrine to the goddess Artemis. The fragrance wraps around you like a soothing balm, calming the faint tang of tension that lingers in the air, a reminder of the delicate balance between tranquility and turmoil within these palace walls. You've learned to navigate this treacherous terrain with ease, mastering the art of maintaining order amidst chaos. But even as an immortal, there are moments when the weight of your responsibilities becomes almost too much to bear. The constant vigilance required to ensure the well-being of those around you can be exhausting, leaving you feeling like a leaf caught in a gentle current that's slowly but inexorably carrying you toward exhaustion. Still, on nights such as this, with the palace quiet and the city slumbering beneath your feet, it's possible to let go. Your eyes drift shut as you breathe in the scent of sandalwood, feeling the tension seep from your shoulders like autumn leaves surrendering to winter's chill. In these moments, you become aware of tiny details that usually slip past unnoticed. A faint scratch on the railing where a careless hand once brushed against it. The soft creaks and groans of ancient woodwork settling beneath the weight of countless seasons. Each sound is like a gentle voice whispering reminders that even as an immortal, life has its rhythms and routines. As you stand there wrapped in this peaceful silence, your mind begins to wander through memories, tender moments shared with loved ones, quiet triumphs over minor victories won against the challenges of immortality, fleeting glimpses of joy before it was tempered by wisdom. Each recollection stirs within you a deep affection for these palace walls and their inhabitants. Your gaze drifts toward the dark shape looming beyond the courtyard, where the temple to Zeus stands guard like an imposing sentinel. Its marble columns seem to stretch up toward the stars themselves, drawing your eye upward in reverence as the night deepens around it. In this twilight realm, time dissolves into a gentle haze that allows you to recall moments long past, a day when laughter filled these halls, a moonlit stroll through the gardens where you shared secrets with someone who would soon be gone. Memories linger like whispers on the wind, refusing to let go as the stars wheel overhead. You find yourself pondering strategies for coping with the stress of palace life. As one who has seen countless generations come and go, you've learned that it's not just about confronting challenges head on, but also about learning to manage their subtler manifestations. A missed appointment, an overheard rumor, or the faint scent of smoke carried on the breeze. A gentle smile creeps onto your lips as memories surface. In times past, when duties threatened to overwhelm you, you'd retreat to the quietest corner of the gardens and lose yourself in watching petal fall and seed formation unfold within a delicate flower pot. An exercise that taught patience and the art of finding beauty amidst chaos. As night deepens, shadows cast by torches on the walls grow longer, dancing upon the frescoes depicting mythological scenes. You wander over to one particularly intricate mural, tracing with your finger the outline of Persephone's hesitant steps toward the underworld. The story still resonates within you, a reminder that balance lies at the heart of all things, and even in times of turmoil, there is always beauty waiting just beneath the surface. Your hand lingers on the cool stone as you ponder this ancient wisdom. Perhaps it is precisely because immortals walk among mortals for so long, witnessing their triumphs and struggles firsthand, that they come to grasp these fundamental truths: the importance of harmony within oneself, the power of finding balance in an unpredictable world. A stray thought drifts into your mind like a wispy cloud on a summer breeze, the notion that perhaps even immortality itself has its own subtle rhythm. You've lived through countless ages, each one teaching you something new about coping with the demands and joys of palace life. And as you stand here tonight, surrounded by shadows cast from flickering torches, it seems clear. The art lies not in avoiding challenges but learning to dance within their bounds. Your gaze wanders back toward the starry sky above, now a deep shade of indigo that presses down upon the city like an invisible cloak. You breathe deeply once more, letting go of lingering tension as your thoughts settle into the night's tranquility. In this peaceful silence, where memories and wisdom entwine with the scents and sounds of the palace, you come to realize something essential. It is not just about surviving immortality but embracing its intricacies, an ongoing journey through lessons learned from each fleeting generation. a dance between lightness and gravity that only becomes apparent when darkness falls. Your thoughts are almost completely still now as night wraps around you like a blanket. Shadows cast by torches grow longer, stretching toward the stars like grasping fingers. As you settle into the silence of night, shadows cast by torches grow longer, stretching toward the stars like grasping fingers. The air cools slightly, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant hint of olive trees swaying in the breeze. You're a traveler now wandering through ancient Greece alongside Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. You find yourself standing outside the entrance of the Parthenon, its columns looming above you like sentinels guarding secrets within. The moon casts an ethereal glow on the stone floor, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the faint light. You notice a small inscription etched into the base of one column: Phi Iota Lambda Omicron Sigma Omicron Phi Iota Alpha, Philosophy. Athena often pondered here, seeking balance between her duties as warrior and strategist. You follow Athena through the temple's entrance, your footsteps echoing off the marble walls. Inside, the air is thick with incense and the scent of burning candles. Soft chanting rises from the priestesses gathered around a central altar, their voices weaving together like threads in a tapestry. The atmosphere is peaceful, yet beneath it lies an undercurrent of quiet urgency. Athena navigates through this tranquil scene with ease, pausing to listen to a young priestess practicing her lyre playing. You notice the priestess's fingers moving deftly over the strings, as she attempts to imitate the haunting melodies Athena often composed herself. The goddess smiles warmly at the girl, offering words of encouragement that seem both gentle and piercing. You continue on with Athena, leaving the temple behind. As you walk through Athens' winding streets, you become aware of the sounds of daily life. Vendors calling out their wares, children playing in courtyards, and the distant clang of hammers striking metal at a nearby blacksmith's shop. The air is alive with an undercurrent of movement, people going about their business, preparing for another day. You stop alongside Athena at a small food stall, its vendor expertly juggling roasting chicken on a spit. The scent of sizzling meat wafts through the air, mingling with the smells of baking bread and fresh herbs from nearby stalls. Athena orders a few items, including some olives, flatbread, and an olive oil-drenched salad that catches your eye. As you wait for their food to be prepared, Athena notices the vendor carefully wrapping a small portion of leftover meat in a cloth napkin before tucking it into his apron pocket. She raises an eyebrow at this peculiar habit, and you wonder if there's some hidden meaning behind it, perhaps a gesture of gratitude or respect. You can't quite decipher. The food is brought over to them, and Athena takes her first bite with relish. The flavors dance on your tongue, the salty tang of olives, the sweetness of fresh herbs, and the rich taste of olive oil dressing the salad. You chew slowly, savoring each morsel as if it's a small miracle. Athena sets aside her plate for now, turning to you with an enigmatic smile. Balance, she begins, her voice soft yet carrying in the evening air, is not always about grand deeds or sweeping gestures. Sometimes it lies within the smallest moments, sharing a meal with friends, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. You wander alongside Athena through Athens' bustling streets once more, observing people engaged in everyday activities. Women weaving tapestries on looms outside their homes, men practicing archery skills on nearby rooftops, and children chasing each other's shadows across courtyards. The world may be at war with monsters from the depths of Tartarus, but here, amidst these ordinary routines, you find fleeting moments of peace. As night deepens, Athena guides you toward the city gates. Beyond them lies a vast expanse of olive groves and forests swaying in the breeze, the domain of Poseidon's sacred sea eagles. You can hear their haunting cries echoing through the darkness like ghostly whispers. The air is filled with an otherworldly quietude, as if nature itself has been put on pause. Athena pauses at a spot where two paths diverge, one leading into the heart of the forest and another toward the distant sound of waterfalls. She turns to you, her eyes shining like stars in the dim light. The goddess's path is not always easy, she says quietly, as if sharing a secret only the wind can carry. You realize that this moment may be your last chance for conversation before night envelops everything. You think back on Athena's words about balance in everyday moments, her emphasis on weaving wisdom into even the most mundane routines. The image of the priestess playing her lyre comes to mind, as well as the vendor carefully wrapping his leftover meat. Athena breaks the silence first. Rest now, she says gently, guiding you toward a nearby clearing surrounded by ancient olive trees swaying above like sentinels guarding secrets within. Their branches are covered with gnarled roots that seem to weave together into an intricate latticework of protection and peace. As you settle beneath their boughs, the world seems to slow its pace even further. The sounds around you grow softer, a gentle chirping of crickets in response to the night's stillness, the distant hooting of owls as they patrol the skies above, and the soft sighing of trees swaying together like one giant natural being. Your eyelids begin to droop under Athena's guidance. As sleep claims you, the world fades into a soothing darkness, illuminated by only the faint luminescence of moonlight filtering through leaves overhead. Shadows cast by torches grow longer still, stretching toward the stars with each passing moment, their reach ever so gentle and calming. In this peaceful sanctuary, surrounded by Athena's wise words and the reassuring presence of nature, you let go of all worries and thoughts, surrendering to the lulling rhythm of night. Your breathing slows, your heart rate stabilizes, and as the world around you continues its gentle descent into darkness, you're lulled toward a dream-filled slumber. As dreams take over, visions of Athena's balancing acts blend with everyday moments, her walking alongside you through Athens' streets, laughing at the vendor's peculiar habit and pondering balance within those smallest yet profound moments in life. The world, full of mythic creatures and divine beings, becomes your own personal tapestry, woven from threads of love, wisdom, and acceptance. In this serene slumber, all worries fade like morning dew beneath a rising sun's warm rays, leaving only the gentle rustling of leaves, the lulling rhythm of crickets chirping, and Athena's soft whispers carried on the breeze. As sleep envelops you fully, the world around you becomes an ever-changing dreamscapes of ancient Greece, alive with mythic creatures, divine wisdom, and the simple joys that balance even the most extraordinary lives. And in this peaceful haven, surrounded by shadows cast by torches stretching toward stars like grasping fingers, you drift into a restful slumber, guided by Athena's gentle presence and her eternal quest for balance within both the grand and mundane moments of life. As you sink deeper into slumber, the warmth of Athena's presence envelops you, a soothing balm for weary dreams and forgotten worries. The flickering torches cast an eerie dance on the walls, their shadows stretching toward the stars like wispy fingers seeking to grasp the constellation's secrets. In this tranquil atmosphere, your mind begins to wander, and it finds itself in the midst of ancient Greek palaces, where the intricacies of social etiquette were a code as complex as any mythological prophecy. You are standing at the threshold of a grand entrance hall, surrounded by marble columns that seem to whisper stories of their own. The air is alive with the scent of myrtle and rosemary, herbs carefully chosen for their fragrance rather than their flavor, for in these palaces taste was merely an afterthought. The aroma wafts from delicate glass vases placed at intervals along the walls, releasing a subtle perfume that hints at the perfumed oils used by the nobility to mask the pungency of sweat and leather. You notice the fine details of the palace's architecture, intricate mosaics depicting scenes of nature, forests, mountains, rivers, and oceans are set into the floor. Each square inch is a testament to the craftsmen who spent years perfecting their art, creating an illusion that transports you from the confines of this grand space. The sound of hushed conversations drifts through the hallways as guests mingle with courtiers and servants. They speak in undertones, careful not to disturb the symphony of soft clinking glasses and muted laughter emanating from a nearby banquet room. You catch snippets of their conversation, discussions about the price of fresh fish at market, complaints about the new perfume Athena's sister Artemis has introduced. It smells like honey but tastes of smoke, or queries about the best ways to treat burns caused by careless use of hot irons. In this midst of social politeness and carefully guarded gossip, you find yourself drawn into a conversation with an elderly courtier. He introduces himself as Aristides, one of Athena's advisors on matters of etiquette. As you listen attentively, he begins to explain the unwritten rules governing behavior in these palaces. "Ah, my young friend," he says, his voice like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. "The key to navigating our palace's social landscape lies not with grand gestures but with attention to detail. It starts with how you greet your host or hostess. Never touch their hand unless it's offered first, and always acknowledge their position in society by addressing them with their title." He pauses for a sip from his cup, the liquid within its delicate rim glinting like moonlight on rippling water. "A gentle art is the use of perfumes," he continues. "The right scent can elevate your station or lower it. Remember that myrtle is for men, rosemary for women, and lavender. Well, lavender is a bit of an oddity, even among those who wear it." You listen intently as Aristides delves into the intricacies of dining etiquette. How to handle your fork with three tines or one, which dishes are considered appropriate for each social rank, and the art of politely declining seconds without offending the host. "Of course," he says with a wry smile, "there's also the matter of timing. Never arrive late unless you're sure you can make an immediate impression. And as for leaving, remember that it's not merely about your departure, but when you choose to leave." As Aristides finishes his tale, the palace seems quieter now, its inhabitants lost in their conversations or busy with preparations for the next grand feast. The torches continue their dance across walls and floors, casting an ethereal glow over everything. You feel a slight chill run through the air as your attention turns back to Athena's presence. She is watching you from afar, her eyes like stars shining in the darkness of night. Her gentle smile encourages you forward into this dream world, where ancient traditions come alive with every step and every choice. As you wander further into the palace, the soft rustle of silk beneath the feet of ladies-in-waiting signals that a group has begun to prepare for dinner. The murmur grows louder as guests find their places at tables set with fine linens, silverware polished until it shines like moonlight on water. The air thickens with anticipation. Though no one speaks directly about it, everyone knows tonight's meal is more than just sustenance. It's a moment to bond over shared interests and gossip. In this space where etiquette reigns supreme, you notice how the tension between social ranks subtly shifts as conversations turn from formal courtesies to veiled hints at long-standing rivalries. You see yourself caught in the midst of such tensions, though your presence remains unnoticed by those around you. It's a fleeting sensation. For an instant, you're one with them, part of their intricate web of social connections and ancient rules that guide every interaction. This momentary connection is lost as quickly as it arrives, leaving behind only a sense of longing to be more than just an observer in this grand dance of etiquette. You are no longer there. Instead, you find yourself drifting back into the realm of dreams, guided by Athena's gentle hand and her quest for balance within both the grand and mundane moments of life. As your mind begins its descent back into slumber, the palace recedes like a fading dream, leaving behind only whispers of courtiers' conversations and the quiet scent of myrtle in the night air. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.